I'd like to call to order the September 17th public hearing for the City of Tampa's Architectural Review Commission. Welcome, everyone. I'm Ted Kempton, Chair of the Commission. If you are here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, wall sections. Staff will then present their report. We will then ask for public comment. If you do come for public comment, please state and spell your name clearly if you are here to speak for or against a project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes, so take some time now to summarize your comments because 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following public comment, the commissioners will ask questions in the same order as the presentation. Next, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. After the public hearing is closed, no further testimony can be given. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based on Chapter 27 of the City Code of Ordinances, the design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards, Historic Preservation Development Review Committee comments, and the testimony given at the public hearing. The ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owner agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and/or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence cell phones, and I will introduce commissioners starting on my left.
Elena Ketchum, Attorney Representative.
Tim Jones, General Contractor.
Dan Myers, Architect.
Good evening, Carol Post, Public Policy Representative.
Brian Hammond, Architect.
We also have in attendance Dennis Fernandez. We have Ron Vila, Sam Thomas, Alexis Guzman, and Justin. Jared. Knew it was a J. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, and Dana Crosby Collier, our counsel. With that, we can move forward.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. If we could request this evening that you pay extra care in talking directly into your mics so that we can get a good record and individuals in our audience can hear you clearly. To begin, we do need to go through the disclosure of conflicts of interest and ex parte communication, and our legal counsel will lead that discussion.
Good evening, Dana Crosby Collier from the Legal Department. I'd like to ask if any member has a conflict of interest with any item on the agenda this evening.
I do not.
Thank you.
And has any member engaged in ex parte communication regarding any item on the agenda?
I have not.
Thank you. With that, we do not have any continuations to act upon this evening. We are ready for the swear-in. We will most likely do another swear-in just prior to the recommendation hearing, but to capture the individuals in the room, we'll go ahead and administer one now. Anyone in the audience who's going to be speaking this evening or providing any type of testimony, if you could please stand and raise your right hand, including staff.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be providing today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. May be seated.
With that, we're ready to review our first case. It is a certificate of appropriateness for the property located at 827 Bayshore Boulevard, and Ron will introduce the case to you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila. I'm a planner with Historic Preservation. Our first agenda item is ARC-25-00000343. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. Currently, there was a non-contributing building that was there. They requested demolition. Staff approved that request for demolition, and the building has been removed. The underlying zoning is RS60. This is for new construction for a single-family resident with site improvements of approximately 10,000 square feet. If you look on page 3 of your staff report, under previous actions, this did come forward in August 2025 and received a preliminary approval. With that preliminary approval, there were 5 conditions attached to that approval that are reflected on page 3 of your staff report. So please follow along. The agent's going to give you an overview and then jump onto those bullet items that are still outstanding. To go through the photo presentation, just to get you familiar with what you looked at. This is the 1929 Sanborn map. Property in question is here. Obviously, in 1929, there was not a structure there. That's why there was a contributing structure that was built after the periodic significance, and it was requested demolition. So they're starting out with a new slate. It does face Bayshore Boulevard. You have South Boulevard to the west, and there is an alley or a street behind it, O'Brien, that runs to the rear of the property. This I like to share, this is our vicinity map to show the property in context along Bayshore Boulevard, and you see exactly where it is and the overall scheme of the Hyde Park Historic District. This is the aerial. It also provides additional information. You see along Bayshore Boulevard, the property in question, which is highlighted with the green box, is on this bend here. You have South Boulevard to the west again, and then you have that service street behind it. Just to briefly go through the pictures of what was there, so the public can kind of see exactly what we're talking about. This was the front elevation that faces Bayshore. This is the front elevation in the north. The abutting property to the north is this newer construction that is non-contributing. Just looking at what was there as well. This is the south elevation. Abutting that property line to the south is this contributing structure. Looking up and down Bayshore for reference with some of the challenges that this parcel has. This is looking back down into Bayshore Boulevard and towards the south. To share with you conditions of the alley, and you still see the damage from the storms from last year. The alley is navigable, and it does meet transportation standards. And just to conclude, this is in FEMA's boundaries. This is the FEMA map. I circled the property in question is in here. Once again, you have South Boulevard. You have the street behind it, which is O'Brien, Bayshore Boulevard, and everything here in the gold is within FEMA's boundaries and has to meet the DFE as far as the elevation from grade. That concludes the photo presentation. I'm here to answer any questions as we go along, but I'm gonna have the applicant come forward at this time.
Great, thank you.
All right. Good evening. Thank you for having us back again. We're going to be efficient with our time, as I see you may have a late evening already, so we'll go quickly. We're going to allot some time to answer any questions you have, and we are going to go through the conditions specifically one by one. Again, we're here to answer questions from the August 4th presentation to you. We will be going through each of the comments from the letter from the preliminary approval with 5 conditions. I'm going to begin by going through the presentation. Ron said this project, the house has already been removed, it has been approved for demo, has been removed. We began the presentation last time going through the precedents. We've indicated we're going to go for a coastal contemporary vernacular with bronze metal fascias, some orthogonal overhanging roofs. We have continued to use the tiered massing to begin to take the massing from the upper stories and move it away from Bayshore. The use of metal rod railings, also with large storefront windows. A lot of these homes had a combination of both storefront and punch windows, continuing the use of that type of vernacular on this residence. Also the wood tongue and groove ceilings and the use of some warmth materials and also some stone claddings. We've continued that. Again, as Ron indicated, this is the property. We are right as the curve, really the first pie-shaped piece as you begin to make that turn on Bayshore, as you're moving towards South Boulevard. This is the survey of the property. A couple points of note, we are in the AE zone, as you can see from the line here. We do still have the coastal. We'll go through the breakaway walls and the flood vents that we meet the code as required. A couple of the items also is, we discussed our DFE is 12. We have a +1. We came in front of you and presented only a 1 foot additional elevation point. So we are at +14. We're required to be 13. We requested 14, so 1 foot above the minimum requirement. A couple items, again, as we indicated, as you can see clearly from the survey, it is a pie-shaped piece. We had some challenges. We worked closely with natural resources. There are a few large trees that we'll go through on the survey that really led the direction of the design. There's a large 32 in the front, and then there's a couple in the front yard that really worked to organize the site plan and where the house sits, as you recall. Again, another image of the site in its location on Bayshore. We did go into the traffic study, and we have some imagery. The fact that this is a home that as you exit the drive, you are not only just looking particular kind of perpendicular to the street, but you're having to turn backwards because of that initial curvature to the street. We talked about the massing and the size and how we believe that this house, from research that we've done, is a median within the kind of the broad spectrum of different homes in this area. Some of the site plans, go through a couple items here. Some of the items that you'll even see we'll address is the north fence we'll talk about, the front planters, the raised planters specifically, and softening the driveway. So on the site plan, as you can see that we will have the buried retention that we discussed. We presented retention and we have them on the surveys or the site plans again. We will be burying and providing full retention on site. Total impervious percentages, we met the minimum requirements. With regards to alignment, as you can see is highlighted here in the protection radiuses that this house does, and again, working with natural resources, does avoid the trees on the site, specifically the one on the southwest. Then the drive was slid, planned north specifically to avoid the other tree that currently was going through the protection radius. This again begins to illustrate that with regards to both the pool, the underground retention, and the house itself, all avoiding any of the protection radiuses from the trees. We did also present to this committee arborist reports on all the trees, our ability to protect those trees, and then we did remove some trees as you see in the X's, and those were followed up on the record last meeting with arborist reports on all those trees. The slab plan, specifically the entire ground floor, the only aspect to the home is an internal stair. We did discuss that versus an exterior stair. We are focusing on an interior stair where you enter the home, you walk on an interior non-conditioned space until you get to the stairs, you move up to the second floor, and that's where the access to the second floor is. The rest of the below is parking garage and non-air conditioned or non-conditioned space due to FEMA requirements. I'm going to just quickly again go through the floor plan. As you could see and recall, we have flow throughs on all the walls as required. There are also all breakaway walls per requirements. As you can see here, where the stairs, there's an elevator and the door that's entered off of the Bayshore facade. On the second floor, you can begin to see, and we will show this in section, the terracing or the tiering of the massing, where on the ground floor, it aligns with the front. On the second floor, the family room begins that volume where we're stepping back that larger volume. It has the family room on the northern facade or the northern end of the building with the kitchen and the home theater and some other dining areas and a guest room. On the third floor, again, you'll see it. We'll see it in section. That wall again begins to tear backwards to the point where this one almost aligns with the other mass on the opposite side. So we're really working to keep that volume pushed back. And then the roof, one of the things we did make a change, one of the comments, we'll talk about that further, is the pergola roof. We've made some adjustments, we've changed it, and we believe in presenting to you, it much more aligns with the geometry and the massing of the project. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Hannah. She's going to go through some of the other massing studies and sections.
So last presentation, we did show you this section, this elevation of all of Bayshore. As you can see, we have highlighted 827 in this circle here. This top elevation shows the houses to the going south on Bayshore, and the section or the elevation going north is down here. You can see that our proposed height is at 26 foot from the DFE, which is at 13, and the max height allowed in this area is 35. As you can see, we are well below the proposed height, and we actually did lower it. This pergola height, as you can see here, we did lower it about 2 feet from the original proposal. And then going north, you can see that these houses, 825, which was presented last month, this is actually their proposed elevation height, and it is a little bit higher than ours, and also 825.5 has a structure that is higher than ours as well. Next, we have the north elevation, which is one of the elevations that we discussed last time, because it's coming down Bayshore from the north, and it was the one that really was focused on because we have the previous proposal and the revised proposal. So as you can see from this elevation, we have enlarged the windows from this previous time to this time, so we have increased the transparency from the east facing Bayshore facade to the north facade, and then also we've extended these railings around, and then also we added more windows right here to kind of create that transparency. Then next slide, we have the south elevation. Nothing has changed on this side, but as you can see, this pergola has decreased in its height. So now it is a 29'6" max height compared to, I believe it was 30'6" previously. So we have less than that to kind of show that we are, it's less of a mass and less of an element than we had previously. Again, you can see from that north elevation, nothing has changed except for that pergola, and you can see it's more of a stepping condition rather than an element, and it blends more with the roof structure of the entire home. Then we have the back facade facing O'Brien Street, and nothing has changed on this facade. Then we have our building sections, which we previously discussed. Again, nothing has changed. You can see from this red line, the stepped back that Carlos previously mentioned, where we step back 7 foot and then another 5 foot going up to the 3rd floor. And again, you can see that element at the top is less of a mass, and it's more blended in with the roof. Then again, the wall section, nothing has changed, but you can see that this element is less higher, and now it is a 112 slope rather than a 312. Building finishes, nothing again has changed on the building finishes, but we have brought the materials if you do want to see those. Then we get to the renderings. Again, I'll just quickly show you these, but we will be further discussing based on your comments. Okay, going to the August public hearing comments that we received. The first comment was applicant to move the north portion of the fence facing Bayshore to align with the facade of the adjacent house. As Carlos previously mentioned, we have moved the fencing. Right now, I think before it was up here, but now it is moved back towards, I guess, O'Brien Street, and now it aligns with this wall of the neighboring house as suggested. And you can see that as you're coming down Bayshore, you can barely see it. If you're a little bit farther back, you won't even be able to see it at all. It's just as you're coming down O'Brien, it becomes more of a hidden element. The next comment we received was to remove all the planters that face the Bayshore in the front of the house. So we have removed all planters that were here and here in front of the house. And as you can see from the renderings, we have, this is now at ground level. It is just landscaping and no more planters that were raised about 1 foot. The next comment again was to mitigate or push back the angled roof cupola, and we have reduced the height significantly of that roof. So now it is less of an element, as previously mentioned, and it blends with the structure. As you can see from this rendering, again, it more creates a stepped massing similar to the tiered massing we have, and it's less of a angled roof when you're coming down Bayshore. The next comment we received was to shield or soften the driveway design, and we have added bushes, as you can see along the sidewalk here, and it comes around the driveway. You can see that from the rendering as you're coming down Bayshore. We emphasize a lot more of the landscaping, so when you come down Bayshore, it's a lot more green. And then there is 2 large trees in the front here, but we have removed them in this rendering to show you the house design itself. And then the last comment we had was to consider transitioning the front elevation to the north elevation in a softer manner that can be seen from Bayshore. And as we previously discussed, we are transitioning those transparency windows to the north facade from the Bayshore facing facade by adding the larger windows and also adding an extra window here. But you can see the difference in the size again from these windows that we had previously presented to these windows here on the revised proposal. And then we have also increased this railing so it wraps around and kind of creates a Juliet balcony here, and then extends. So it's less of a massing element on this side. It kind of creates more transparency, more openness, and it just flows better into the north facade. And then again, we have the street view as you're coming down as a car. You can see we have added the tree to kind of show how it kind of creates a more softness of the building. You don't see the building as much. You see that giant tree that's coming down, and you can see those railings and the transparent windows as you're walking. And then here is the view from the sidewalk. Again, the tree and the transparent windows, and you really don't see that fence at all in this rendering. You just come down, and it's a nice view of all the landscaping.
All right, that's it. First of all, we appreciate again your time. We hope and we believe we have answered all your questions specific to the conditions you've given. We are asking tonight for final approval to move forward into permitting, and with that, we will release the rest of our time and be here to answer any questions you may have. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. Just to reiterate that this was in front of you August 2025, received preliminary approval. There were 5 conditions attached to that preliminary approval. They're on your staff report. Each of them were addressed this evening as they went through the presentation. Staff's finding that this application is consistent for final review with the Hyde Park design guidelines. All the conditions were addressed satisfactory. And I know that they have a material palette that we've been working together. They went through the wall section quickly, but they also had the material palette calling out all the exterior materials. That's part of the final approval review, and I'm sure they'll be willing to share that with you. That concludes my portion. I'm here to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ron. Okay, is there anybody in the public that's here to speak for or against this project? Okay, not seeing anyone, we will begin with commissioner questions on my right.
I wouldn't mind seeing the materials again, if you have that available.
We do. There we go. We did bring the storefront sample again. So, would you like us to go through them, or would you like to should we just present them?
Just quickly.
Sure, of course. The base of design for the doors and the perimeter is a storefront-looking system that's similar to this. It will be a bronze or a dark anodized bronze finish that comes off looking black. Thank you very much. There's a sample of the finish. Same with the sliding doors, the same with the PGT picture window and the punch windows that we have. The horizontal deck railing with vertical members, again, the same finish. I'll be honest, this is the same finish we're gonna be showing you for all the elements within the facade. It's specifically dark bronze number 40 with a Conair finish on them. The railings match it. The hardware is the Baldwin Longview handle set, dark bronze finish. We have a few different lights. We have the trans globe lighting, which is just, as you know, just a cylindrical lighting throughout. And then we do have on the front facade, we have some cans on the inner side of the, I'm sorry?
On the top.
On the top. Yeah, you can kind of see them right here. There you go. These right here, I can zoom in, but it's just there's a couple cans to provide some lighting, and those are, again, the trim rings and everything are a dark anodized metal. The fencing that we presented, so we have flow-throughs, we have some wooden fence with metal panels, and then we do have a rear fence on the, not alley side, but the O'Brien side of the project that is movable. The garage door is a medium oak finish or dark wood, again with metal accessories on it to match the vernacular.
And I do realize we are missing one facade, but we do have this longboard as a basic design for the wood soffits underneath on the ceilings. And then we also have the ceiling finish here, which is the stone cladding you see kind of coming up the side of the walls there, like along the columns.
The base colors, this is one of the main base colors, which is the Sherwin-Williams 7042 called Soji White. And then there's a couple other colors that, again, blend with the same palette, being the roof colors and some of the other trim colors.
Okay, no more questions.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the work that you've done to modify per our prior discussion as well. I just want to focus for one moment on the parking situation. So in the rear, as we're looking here, you've got rear access garage, presumably a two-car garage?
Yes, it's a long garage, that's correct.
Yeah, and the drive,
That's
you have
correct.
a gate blocking from
And we do
O'Brien
meet the
from your
Department of
rear
Transportation
access.
requirements, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
so you're meeting your transportation requirements with your rear access, which I love.
Yes.
Could you just elaborate again for the moment, the need to have what I call the parking lot at the front?
The intent for that, as we had indicated before, is really for deliveries. It's for access. The reason we went to and we did work with Department of Transportation on this one as well, is really to allow for deliveries to happen in the front, for Uber, for Amazon, for all those type of accessories or type of deliveries where they would come in, they would temporarily park, they would then do a multi-point turn and then exit the property. That is the intent for that.
Okay. But you're meeting your parking without it?
Correct.
Okay.
And
I'll
again,
reserve my
it was
other-
existing, we are simply adjusting it. The previous one did go through the protection area, and when we worked with Natural Resources, there was a specific request, which is not to affect
Understood.
the,
So good point. So you're moving the curb cut?
we are,
Over?
we're moving it north.
Okay. so
It's
you're
still on
re-
that side of the property, we're just
you're
sliding it north.
Restoring, that's a protected curb there,
We will be restoring
granite
it,
curb?
yes, ma'am, to where in the same vernacular
Okay.
as what's there.
I'll hold any other questions on that. Thank you.
Yes. Stay here.
I have no further questions.
I want to thank you for making the adjustments, and I have no questions.
Thank you.
No questions.
Carlos, nice job, looks good. Do you have any renderings that don't have the landscape?
I don't have the bushes.
Without the
Yeah.
bushes? We added those specific for the comment of the softening of the drive. That was a
That's why I'm asking
direct
for the opposite.
response, sorry.
I mean, we don't have the big trees in these.
Yes, I mean-
that's
house.
fine. That's fine.
And that we did keep it off so you could see, I mean, I know in school we hide stuff behind entourage in the old days, but we pulled it off so you could see the actual house.
Perfect. The light fixtures, that globe, I saw the can lights. Where are the globe fixtures? In the rear or any in the
Right,
front?
there you go.
They're
Right
right in
here,
the back alongside
so
the
none in
garage.
the front?
circling right here,
Nothing
yes.
on the front.
None in
Right
the
there.
front. Okay. Okay, those are the questions I had. All right, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. You have, oh, go ahead.
I just have one really quick question. So the garage at grade, does that have a impermeable, is that on a slab or is it gravel once you get inside the house?
It's slab.
It's slab.
Once you get underneath the home, it's slab.
Okay, and so is the whole area underneath the house a slab, or is?
Yes.
Oh, it is?
The entire area below the home is concrete, slab on grade. All the walls are breakaway walls and all have flow through vents.
So all that impervious is included in your calculation?
Yes.
So that drives the 10,000, is that?
We're actually, I believe it's at like 6,000, 10,000 is including the unconditioned space on the ground floor.
Okay, all right. But the pervious impervious is?
We have met the requirements. Now we
Oh,
are
that's
doing
right,
retention.
because-
Yes, yes.
Because
We are doing
you have the
the
buried
green.
retention.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, not seeing any, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose.
No, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, at this point, we're going to close the public portion of the hearing and move on to discussion. Floor is open.
I think one of the comments that I remember from last time was that north elevation and having a nicer view for the traveler down the street to the side of the home. So, and I think they did a great job of adding more windows, bringing the balcony around. So I appreciate them addressing that.
I agree that I think it's a lovely project, given what the circumstances that they've had to deal with and the unique configuration of the lot. I just continue to object to the parking lot in the front in terms of it not being necessary and creating, I think it actually takes away from the aesthetic of a Bayshore Boulevard frontage for that to be, and I know there was a curb cut and there was a drive aisle, but it was a drive aisle, and this is a driveway into a parking area. You just don't see that often. It's certainly not historic. And I don't think it adds anything to in fact, I think it greatly detracts from what is a lovely aesthetic for both the home and the site and the movement of pedestrians and other traffic that enjoy that movement along that area. I also think it's interesting that area of Bayshore is in fact the area that we've been going through some contortions of late to try to remedy access issues and vehicular movement that's coming both in and out, whether a car is backing out, which is particularly concerning, but also coming out with it, front end out. It's still a very blind corner, and here we are somewhat endorsing the addition of deliveries, Ubers, all of these to sort of create probably a high frequency of movement in and out of that area. And I think maybe this is out of our purview, but I think it lends itself to a dangerous situation that's unnecessary. So I keep coming back to the fact that they have a very viable rear access. I think they've done a lovely job articulating it on the site, and it can accommodate, it looks like exceed the need for their parking requirements, as well as deliveries and visitors and the like. So I would just take the position that with an opportunity here to think differently about this area of Bayshore and all that is happening along Bayshore in our very recent future, is to eliminate that parking area and provide that as green continuity, green landscaping. I would also note that the area directly south, or the sites directly south, when you traverse along from Newport to Delaware to Willow to Orleans, I think almost every one of those properties does not have a curb cut. There's about 10 properties along that way. And so that the beauty and the sort of the splendor of Bayshore is really intact there. And then for this site and most of the sites toward downtown, they do have the curb cuts, but perhaps there's an opportunity, as many of these will be coming through, that we make commitments to restore the continuity of the greenway. So I love the project. I'm, again, very respectful of the work that's been done to meet our expectations, but I would not, I would support the project if we could agree to eliminate that front parking lot. Thanks.
Commissioner Hammond, do you have a comment?
No comments.
Okay. Do I see a motion?
I'll make a motion for final approval. I move to grant the certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC-25-0000343 for the property located at 827 Bayshore Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. Because based on the finding fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines in the city of Tampa for the following reasons. Chapter 27, where's it at?
Go to the staff report.
The application is consistent with conditions in the final, let's see, hang on. Okay. Meets the design criteria for new construction because of scale, height, and width, massing and building form. It maintains historic building setbacks, alignment and rhythm, trim and detail.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I see a second? Second. All right, we have a second. Any other discussion? Okay. Okay, seeing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Against? Okay, motion passes 5-1. Congratulations. Look forward to the project.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, prior to beginning the next two cases, we're going to go ahead and administer the swear-in again. Anyone in the audience who was not previously sworn in, and you're going to be providing testimony or addressing the board this evening, if you could please stand and raise your right hand for the swear-in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be providing today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated.
Good evening, Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. The next two agenda items we're going to open together, which is ARC-25-0000226/REZ 25-48. That is for a rezoning from RO1 to PD. And the second one that's associated with the same request is ARC-25-0000227/VAC 25-08. This is for a vacating of an alley that's associated within the subject parcels. There's many parcels. So addressing the first one, this is for there's multiple addresses. I want to put it on the record. This is for 613 South Magnolia Avenue, also 601 and 611 West Swan Avenue, 612 and 614 West Bay Street, and 611 Magnolia Avenue. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. There's multiple structures associated within this. There's one contributing structure and multiple non-contributing structures. As I stated, we're first going to look at the rezoning from RO1 to PD. On page 3 of your staff report, there was a request with this vicinity coming forward for a comp plan amendment. It received approval, a favorable recommendation to City Council, and that was on March 2025. Your duties and powers moving forward for the rezoning is Chapter 27, 113, A, 2J. With regards to the application for rezoning, changes to the land use classification or comprehensive plan amendment, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance. I'd like to share with you some photos. This is the 1929 Sanborn map showing the density within this subject site. The subject site is on Swan on the southern boundary. You have Brvd to the west. You have Bay Street to the north, and you have Magnolia to the east. There is an alley that runs partially through the property, and I'll get into that in a little bit. This is our vicinity map. So you see what's in the district. The red line is the boundaries for the local historic district. Everything outside is not governed by this body. This is the current subject site highlighted in the green. Once again, you have Magnolia to the east. You have Swan to the south. You have Brvd to the west. And you have Bay Street to the north. This is the line of the historic district. Everything to the west is in, everything to the east is out. Walking you down from Bayshore down Swan, looking at the housing stock to the south of Swan, looking back towards, this is Swan, towards Bayshore Boulevard. You see some non-contributing structure here. This is how they enter off of Swan. As you continue to the west, you have some parking area. Then Swan terminates into Brvd to a contributing structure. This is Brvd and Swan. This is looking back from Swan towards Bayshore Boulevard. Subject site is over here. Going back to the subject site. Now we're here. I'm going to walk you down Brvd to the north. Looking down Brvd, you have a contributing structure over here, and this is a contributing structure in the subject site. This is the contributing structure to the west. Looking back to the subject site, this is the contributing structure on that site. Looking back at the contributing structure, it's a two-story high-end craftsman style home. Continuing down Brvd, you see the half alley in here. Now at the corner of Brvd and Bay, we're going to head to the east. This street has granite curbing and a brick street. You have a series of non-contributing structures. Just going down the block a little bit further, it continues with the protected brick streets and the granite curbing by ordinance. Continuing down Bay to the east, series of non-contributing structures, some parking lots. And coming to the termination point of Bay and Magnolia, once again, you see the period streets with the granite curbing. So you get a sense of place. Now we're here. This is Bay and Magnolia. We're going to head south, or a series of photos. You see the protected street brick, curbing, non-contributing structure outside of the district, which you see a multi-level building, but that's outside, no review to that building. And I wanted to bring to your attention as well, this also is in FEMA's boundaries. I circled the area here. You have Swan, you have Brvd, you have Bay to the north, and Magnolia. So as they go through their presentation, there is some height that has to be here to meet FEMA's requirements as well. I'd like to continue my presentation. So it's all inclusive. They're here if you need to look at the pictures again. But now just focusing on the vacating. The vacating is, the ARC number is 25-0000227/VAC 25-08. Addresses associated with the vacating, 613 South Magnolia Avenue, 601 and 611 South Swan Avenue, 612 and 614 West Bay Street, and 611 Magnolia Avenue. This is a recommendation as well. Your duties and powers will be the same under Chapter 27, 113, A2J. And just to focus on the vacating, a portion of the alley has already been vacated. That was done. We dug this up in 1925. The grid went all the way across the alley, and this portion was vacated. So the only thing that remains is this hyphen. That's what they're asking for today. So, kind of in lay terms, this is what is left of the alley. It is encompassed by their whole project. As I stated, they'll be here. If you need to refer back to them at this time, I believe the agent could address the board.
Thank you, Ron. Hey, question for Dana. So we're going to make recommendations, 2 recommendations, and they will follow a single presentation from the applicant. Because he has 2 cases, how much time do they have?
Is it 40 minutes, 30 for the presentation and 10 for the vacate? Let me look at the rules. 30 for a vacate. Okay, let me look at your rules real quick. So they would have 30 minutes for each item. So that's 1 hour.
Yeah, so under your rules of procedure, these are both considered recommendations. So they're 30 minutes each. I believe the agent is going to pose some allocation of that time,
Yes,
so I'll
or
turn
at
it
least
over.
try to. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 30 for each application, 5 for rebuttal, so for a total pool of 70. If it's okay with you, we'd like to, we're hoping to be far more tight with our time than this, but 45 for the overall applications, 25 for rebuttal for that, again, equaling that 70. But we're going to try to be far more efficient with our time than that.
Okay, fair enough.
Great. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. Honored to be back in front of you tonight. Here on behalf of Copperline Partners, which is led by Richard Schlesinger. You may remember from our hearing way back in March. Richard, amongst other things, was the creator and is still the owner of the Brazilian Court Hotel in Palm Beach, which is the inspiration for this project. Also with us, Stephen Smith is our project architect, lead project architect. Tim Clemens of Place Architecture. Steve Michelini is representative of Copperline Partners. David Bell with Landmark Engineering is our civil. Steve Henry of Links & Associates is our traffic engineer. And Ricky Pederica is our project arborist and head of landscape design for the project. I won't do what Ron did a great job of doing, but again, you've got Magnolia on the east, Swan on the south, Brevard on the west. At that corner of Brevard and Swan, you have the historic structure, which will be maintained and improved in its current state, and then Bay Street on the north. Obviously outside of the district, but we've got the 9-story Bank of Tampa building directly across Magnolia. And then just when you look at the aerial, what you'll see is really a series of old office buildings, and I'll show you a couple pictures of those. But then interestingly here, you also have a series of non-conforming surface lots built over time, probably from that 1925 date forward, built without any sort of code compliance as it relates to stormwater that would be incorporated into this project. And then here, just to kind of, that was the aerial, but just to bring you to really what that means. We're half mile from Tampa General Hospital. less than a mile from University of Tampa, less than a mile from the Central Business District, less than 2 miles from the Strass Center, and less than 7 miles to TIA. And really should this proceed, would be a great resource for bed taxes, ad valorem taxes, and a great driver of jobs, both during construction and then after construction as it relates to the restaurant and the hotel operations. Again, this is just kind of a view of the context and fabric of what's there now. You have the Winters and Yonkers building, which to me, and I'm not an architect, looks about like a 1970s or 80s data center. And then you have a collection of old office buildings, medical office buildings, and with the exception of the one contributing structure. And the point of this is really when you look locationally and you look at the fabric and texture of what this is, it's a gateway into Hyde Park, and we feel like currently this is not the highest and best use for this important gateway, and what we're proposing, we hope you will find will be. This is a slide you probably remember from before when we were going through the comprehensive plan recommendation, but it speaks to what can be done today, which is up to, again, as a matter of right, not through rezoning, but up to 71 multifamily units with a bonus provision approved by City Council, or also as a matter of right, just less than 54,000 square feet of office use. And then what this demonstrates is the long journey that we've been on. Going to the far left of the screen is where we were in front of you on March the 5th. That was for the recommendation of the comprehensive plan amendment. What we told you then, which is still our plan now, but if you'll look where we are now is the recommendation of the rezoning and the alley vacating. And then directly to the right of that is the City Council hearing. What we have told all the people that we've spoken to is that when we get in front of City Council on November the 13th, we want to make sure all those are traveling together, really because that PD is what contains the use, the size of the buildings, all of the conditions that we've negotiated. So I didn't want us to be offering promises that we couldn't deliver, and so that November 13th date that this will travel on to is the date that everything culminates, and that's where you can see those, the red, the green, and the blue stacked together. Then specifically with the recommendation back in March, again, appreciate your positive vote there for approval, and the property, or I'm sorry, the approval did come with a condition that the property be ultimately used for a hotel development. In addition to that, what we heard from some of you was to look at ways to lessen the intensity of the project. And what we did there, a couple of things. One, we had 2 large restaurant spaces. That was a big driver of traffic, of a concern of a lot of the neighbors, of a bunch of people coming at once to events. And so we scrubbed that plan. We now have 1 medium-sized restaurant and then just a grab and go on the first floor where you could come if you were walking, grab a cup of coffee, or hotel guests could come and enjoy a cup of coffee or breakfast. And then also we've limited our event space as well. And then Stephen Smith is specifically going to get into the details of scale and massing, which I know is of your greatest concern, and the changes that have been made since our proposal, even though it was premature at the time, to what's marching forward with your recommendation tonight. Then on this slide, I can't remember whether back in March we had hit on this concept or not, but the more that we talked about the project to people, it's always good, I'm a visual person, to be able to put it in perspective. And the best example that we kept coming back to was the Epicurean Hotel. 1, it's in Hyde Park. 2, it's a hotel use. And so comparing these two, Epicurean has a total of 188 rooms. That's both in the building that has been there as well as the new, the redone structures across Howard. In comparison, we're a total of 151. That is comprised of 122 hotel rooms and then 29 residential units. As it relates to the restaurant, Obviously, within that Epicurean development is Burns, because Burns Parks, it's one integral development within the Epicurean parking deck. And so they have a total of 555 seats when you look at their restaurant offerings as opposed to our 260. When you look at event space, Epicurean has 7,600. We are slightly greater than half at 4,000 square feet. And then parking spaces, they have 375, and we're at 271. Then this is just an aerial perspective of Epicurean and Burns on the left, and our site on the right. And it's important to note here, again, as we continue to talk about this, everybody likes how Epicurean functions, has never really had a problem with traffic and being able to access or continue down Howard. But interestingly, with Epicurean and Burns sharing parking, hotel being on both sides, Howard becomes an integral part where you're going on both, whereas what we're proposing is one development that is not bifurcated by a road. And then finally, within your purview, and Stephen Smith is going to go through this at length, but it's on the right, which is to review and recommend reasonable land use changes based on the following considerations: scale, massing, setback, orientation, alignment, rhythm, spacing, materials, trim, and details, so on and so forth. But what I wanted to do with the rest of our time and with Addie is we have been on a speaking tour to any and everybody that would speak to us, and a lot of issues have come up. Our client urged us to go on this tour, and so we're going to just address some of those and the outreach that's been made. And that's basically all I have. I just want to conclude by saying that our client wants this development, now being named the Magnolia Court Hotel, to be a landmark and transformative development for this important gateway into Hyde Park. And we're proud to be presenting it to you tonight, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, Addie Clark, 400 North Ashley Drive. So as Truett mentioned, we've had the great opportunity over the past year, really since November of 2024, to meet with multiple neighbors and neighborhood groups, and we're honored by the support that we have gotten. And the project really has only gotten better because of those outreach efforts and the comments that we've received from the community and the changes that the team has made due to those comments. So for example, one of those items that came up in our many meetings was the previously proposed driveway along Swan Avenue. That was a major concern for neighbors who live on the south side of Swan. So our client quickly removed that, got with the team, removed it right away, and that is reflected in the updated site plan and renderings that you have in your package tonight. There was also discussion during those meetings about outdoor hours of operation. So we worked with HPPI, one of the neighborhood groups, to craft a zoning note that states that outdoor operations will close at 10 p.m. each night. And you'll be hearing again more about the design elements and other changes that Stephen will go into more detail on. And going into a lot of those main points that we heard during our speaking tour, starting with stormwater, there's definitely a concern about stormwater in this area. And so currently today, you can see on the top right photo, there's just really one curb inlet on the corner of Swan and Magnolia there. And those existing surface parking lots, when we do get an unfortunate rainstorm or an event, that is just sheeting off of those pervious or impervious pavements right now. There's absolutely no underground voltage system underneath those current parking lots. So with this project, an underground stormwater vault will control and store water, which is a significant improvement to the multiple on-street, the multiple parking lots that are there today. And again, those lots have no underground vaulting mechanism whatsoever. So this is a good comprehensive solution to that. And going into landscape, we heard that enhanced pedestrian experience and safety, along with nice shady trees along all the street frontages, was very important. So Ricky Pederica, our landscape arborist, our landscape architect with Dark Moss, added all these beautiful street trees, as you can see, including 10-inch trees to frame the building and restore the canopy. And then also Ricky has done a historical plant analysis and has based this plan and the planting palette on historical nursery records to be comparable to the historical fabric of the neighborhood and the time of significance. In terms of traffic, as Truett mentioned, currently today, just under 54,000 square feet of a non-residential use, such as a business professional office, would be allowed, which does generate just a bit more traffic than this project, as you can see in the green. And we also heard that there's a concern about impact to brick streets, and for any brick street, any impact to them would have to be repaired as they are protected by the city's code. And going a little bit into more traffic, we know that this site is particular given its proximity to Gorey Elementary and Wilson Middle School. So we took a close look at that and looked at those bell times of those schools. And it's important to note that trips into and out of a hotel are distributed throughout the day and really aren't concentrated to the typical AM and PM peak hours that a school experiences. So these graphs, we think, show it in a really an easy way to look at it, where the orange line represents elementary school and then gray a middle school peak time. So as we all have experienced, there's very strong peaks in the AM and the PM, whereas the blue line shows a hotel's traffic, which is much more gradual and distributed throughout the day. And then if a hotel use is appropriate here, since if this were entirely residential, as Truett mentioned, those residential trips would really just exacerbate those orange and gray peaks that we see. And then in terms of parking, we are providing more parking than code requires, all internal to the site, in a garage where you actually don't see a single headlight. It's all wrapped beautifully internal to the site. But we have reached out to nearby businesses, including Herod Properties, which is just northeast of the site, a block away, where there's an opportunity to explore using their 84 parking spaces during nights and weekends when that office is closed. And then for rideshare, events, Amazon deliveries, those will all be directed to the porte-cochere along Magnolia, which is the main entrance of this hotel. And again, those 84 spaces, which are just about a block away, owned by Chad Herod, may be an opportunity for night and weekend usage as well for events. And then finally, for loading and solid waste pickup, the trucks are contained entirely internal to the site via 2 loading bays completely within the garage. And you can see in the auto turn on the top here how the truck can maneuver completely without interfering with parked vehicles on Bay Street. And then the trucks can be completely contained within the site, which is shown in that rendering below. And with that, I'll pass it on to Stephen Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Stephen Smith, 102 South 12th Street. Happy to speak to you tonight on a project that we're really enjoying working on.
Could you speak up, please?
Yes, looking for a microphone? Integrated, okay. The first slide that I'm showing you are 2 great historic precedents in Tampa. The upper one is the Bayshore Royal Hotel, which is hard to distinguish now. It's had some alterations. It's a condominium structure today, but it's located at Howard and Bayshore, and as Truett mentioned, served as a gateway to the southern portion of Hyde Park back in the 20s. The other structure below is the Mirasol Hotel, which is now apartments, maybe seeing a return to hotel. But again, a gateway to Davis Island on Davis Boulevard. The Mirasol especially is something that is inspirational as precedent because of both the articulation of the building and then how it steps down. Both of these buildings were originally surrounded by houses, and the Mirasol especially does a really good job of making that transition. Hotel, we're most happy that this is a hotel project because hotels, we think, are the most benevolent of larger building uses, and they've traditionally acted as a transition between residential uses and commercial uses. They're also wonderful building types because they're publicly accessible landmark buildings a lot of times, like these 2. And they're placed in prominent locations, And with our site, we have a chance to actually have a publicly accessible building, restaurants, a dining terrace, and so on, that have views of Bayshore. And it would be the only building, the only publicly accessible building to do so. Again, distinctive scale and architecture came with this building type. And we've always seen them as assets for neighborhoods and communities. They're the place where we get together with loved ones for special events, where family, friends, and business associates stay. They are just places that we're able to get together and enjoy. The next slide is of the district. At the southern portion of the graphic is Howard Avenue, and the upper portion is Platt Street. So it's a portion of the district, both the local and the national district. And the purpose of the slide is to show that large parcel, large property projects are not really isolated and unique. But they're actually spread around the district. All of the projects that have the yellow color over them are generally entire block projects. They're more intensive uses. They're generally a building type that's either apartments. There are a couple of the historic schools shown here. Over on the far left, upper left, is the Seabold, originally the bread factory that's now condominiums. Down from that, just above the center, is the Valencia condominium tower. And then down, as you move down Howard to Bayshore, you'll see two projects there. The one L shape, that's the Bayshore Royal Hotel, or now condominiums. And then the larger one to the right is Hyde Park House, which is 21 stories. I didn't mention, but the Bayshore Royal is 10 stories. Back up to our location, you can see our project in the green outline. A little bit further up, I think I should mention, at the upper right-hand corner, that's two Bayshore, and that's the 8-story apartment, luxury apartment project. In blue, there's 13 sites that I'm showing here, and half of those are 6 stories or more. So just trying to remind us that large-scale projects with height do occur, both historically and newly approved projects in the district. A little closer look at a handful of them. The bottom left photo is Hyde Park House, 21 stories. It does step down to 4. The tower steps in at level 4, but it is, again, 14 feet from residential use. In the middle is Valencia. It goes from 7 stories to 6. And again, surrounded by residential scaled buildings. And then on the right is 2 Bayshore, and that goes from 8 to 6, and that is next to residences, historic residences on Hyde Park Place. This slide focuses in a little bit closer to our area, our neighborhood. And again, in the upper right, that's 2 Bayshore. In the center, that's blue, outlined in blue, that's Allegro, that's senior living. We bring Allegro up because in talking with neighbors, we found that the scale of that building, they've referred to it as an example for us. It steps from a 7-story tower element, to 6 stories and then to 4 stories. Senior living facility again. But we also wanted to show our site, and directly to the east of our site is the Bank of Tampa in that triangle area, which is at 9 stories. So again, just trying to explain that we have buildings with similar height directly in our area. And then again, showing our location as an appropriate location for a prominent, view-oriented community asset, potentially prominent building like we're proposing. Okay, this slide is attempting in 2 dimensions to describe how the building works in terms of setbacks, and then more importantly, its heights and how it steps down. Like the Mirasol example, it's really important to take a structure that's predominantly 6 stories, and wherever we can, step it down to the neighborhood. And what we wanted to do was keep the height, the portions of the building that were the tallest, closest to Bayshore Boulevard and closest to the Bank of Tampa, where it made more sense, where it was more of an interface with a public, large boulevard, public right-of-way, and then also an existing commercial building of even more height. So in this diagram, on the right-hand side, you'll see the 7-story elements, which are the darkest brown, and they're small in footprint. On the lower portion that you see is they average 2,200 square foot, but that's 2 of the condo units make up that footprint. And then as you move up, the other element is a 1,200 square foot clubhouse for the condominium components of the project, and an outdoor covered porch that opened to a pool terrace. Just for scale, the condo pool is 20 by 30, so in scale, this is like a residential pool in that area. But then stepping, again, feeling like the height needed to be closest to Bank of Tampa, and then stepping down to 6 as we move to the west with the main body of the project. I might add that it is a courtyard scheme. So 6 stories steps down in the center to 3, which is a landscape terrace that's the top of the embedded 3-story parking garage. So it moves to 6, and then as we move to the left, the lighter shade of brown with the 5 in it, it steps down to 5 stories. And then on Brevard to the far west, it steps down to 4. And previously, the areas that are 5 and 4 in this diagram were 6 stories, and then the 4-story element was 5. So we've removed that height in response to a lot of the commentary and just feeling like it's a much better design as it steps down to the west to those residences, which are apartments and townhouses. A little bit about the other stepping at the base. So when we look at Swan Avenue, there are 9 townhouses, 2-story townhouses. They are elevated for FEMA, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But 2-story townhouses that are set back about 12.5 feet from the property line. But then they are 26 feet deep. So it's 26 feet from the face of the townhouses to the 6- and 7-story portion of the body of the building. So again, we're feeling like that stepping really relieves a lot of the apparent height. And when we look at some of the renderings, it really tells a story of how that cornice is reduced and how the 2-story element becomes more prominent. Same thing is happening on West Bay Street with a setback of almost 27 feet to the 6- and 7-story portion body of the building. And then we have a 16-foot depth to the 2-story portion on that side. Both of those 2-story portions are also terraces. The ones on West Bay are for the hotel units, and the ones on Swan are for the condominium units. Also stepping down to South Magnolia, there's a 3-story porch and then a 2-story high porte-cochere. So again, an open porch-like element that's closest to Magnolia to again step down the mass of this building. And the setback of the body of the building off of Magnolia property line is 39 feet. So again, large setbacks to help with the stepping in of this building. Moving over to really, the important element of the site that we've been designing around and with is the historic bungalow. And so that's with the number 3 on it. What we want to do was set it in its own sort of preserve area. If you take the overall rectangle that it sits in, it's 131 feet deep from West Swan Avenue back to the 4-story element of our building. And then the width at the greatest dimension is 87 feet. So from the townhouses, our townhouses on the right, to the property line on Brevard is 87 feet. And then that is at the narrowest, and then 102 feet, actually, should have said, from the townhouse to Brevard. So if a typical Hyde Park lot is 60 by 110, gives you the feeling that we have that and then some to give it some breathing space with our building. It'll also will allow a landscape plan that shows significant tree being planted from day one in that location between the townhouses and the bungalow. A little bit quickly about the uses and along Swan Avenue, the Swan Avenue side of the project, townhouses again, and then behind them are the condominiums in that body of the building. And then the rest of the courtyard element is hotel rooms. In the area off of the porte-cochere, off of Magnolia, that's where our drop-off and lobby is. And then on the first floor, we have the grab-and-go that we've talked about and a dining terrace that's part of that porch. And then on the 3rd floor is where the restaurant's located. If we shift over to the building element that's on Brevard, that's the amenity, what we're calling the amenity building. We've articulated it, and when we look at the renderings of some ideas about it, we're thinking of it as it looks as if it were built later, at a later time, has its own character to it. And it has on its ground floor a club room. On the 2nd floor is a spa and fitness room. And then there's an event space, 3,700 40 square foot event space on the 3rd floor of it. On its roof is the pool, the hotel pool. Again, we're showing something, it's not a massive pool, it's really it would be a large residential pool. It's 18 by 40, what's represented here. And again, this pool is for hotel guests and their guests. This is not something that's open to the public. Important elements that I rushed by are numbers 1 and 2 that you see. Addie already mentioned that those are our entry and exit points of our porte-cochere. We're being very careful that all of the traffic that comes through the porte-cochere is redirected out north on the Magnolia and not south heading towards Swan Avenue. Everything that we're trying to do is to relieve any kind of impact on Swan Avenue. We've already mentioned eliminating a curb cut that we had by the bungalow into that parking area. Bungalow, by the way, will be used as an office, and that parking is there to support it. Might also mention that one benefit to this project being the block is that we're able to eliminate the curb cuts along Swan Avenue. So we're able to make it a safer street for the pedestrian and then also for motorists, because we're adding parallel spaces there. So presently there's 8 spaces. We can take it to 12 spaces. And then off of Brevard, we have some indented parallel spaces. We'll be adding 3 spaces there. And again, these are for public use. These are not going to be something the hotel is going to dominate and can only use. So one of the things we've been hearing, one of the things we wanted to provide is a net gain of street parking spaces. On element number 4, Addie already mentioned the loading and trash area. Wanted to say that it's not typical for architects to really focus on that and put so much time into it, but we wanted to oversize that element because we hear of all the horror stories, especially Hyde Park Village. It's really tough with that function. So we've made the loading area 2 vehicles wide for deliveries and then an additional bay for the compactor. And so it's in terms of dimensions, it's 62 feet wide in width and then 44 feet wide on the interior of it from the doors that you see over it. And really the goal there is to make it where all of the trucks, both trash and deliveries, are pulled completely off of and out of the right-of-way and onto our property, and out of the sidewalk even. Number 5 is the entry and exit for the condo owners. Okay, wanted to talk about how that massing diagram can evolve into 3 dimensions. And so here's an example of how that stepping at the base, both along Magnolia with the porte cochere and then along Swan with the townhouses, can work. We've also developed a traditional base on the building. Building, in terms of architectural expression, has a midsection and then a crown or a top to it. Like classical buildings did, it was a great way to break down the scale, and we saw that in the Mirasol. There's also a lot of articulation with porches. There's a porch element that's above the porte cochere. There's a covered porch on the roof of the porte cochere, which is the dining terrace for the restaurant. So that's where the public will be able to gain that view of the bay and Bayshore. Importantly, wanted to show the stepping from 7, which is at the corner, again, the 2 condominium units at the corner for scale, down to 6. And then what you can't see behind that existing palm tree is that's where it steps down to 5, and then the bungalow is beyond. Okay, wanted to show that stepping in a little bit more detail, and then also address any height issues. Again, we step from 84 feet from finished floor on the Magnolia side down to, that's 7 stories, down to 4 stories, 48 feet on Brevard. And then in both of those locations, there are porches that are 24 feet high that transition down. Kind of heavied up in line weights, it's showing the 2.5-story townhouse base. And again, that's 26 feet in front of the body of the building, and showing that we're trying to make an alignment with the 2-story structure, the historic bungalow. Wanted to put this slide in because all of the dimensions that we've mentioned are above the FEMA elevation, which is 14 feet. The site at the lowest corner, Swan and Magnolia and Bayshore, is at 4 feet. And so the site also has significant slope from this corner up to the northwest corner. It goes from 4 to 11 feet, so 7 feet of grade change. So the amount that the building is out of the ground varies where you are around it. So it goes from at the townhouse at the corner of Swan, from what we're showing is 8 feet. It's actually 10 feet of elevation, but we have a 2-foot retaining wall like we see in the district. Landscape retaining wall area, like a front yard. So 8 feet there to 3 feet on the Brevard and West Bay side. Okay, we've repeated this slide just to again address rhythm, alignment, and spacing. I think I've already mentioned that, the distances to the bungalow, and then also the alignment that we're attempting with the townhouses. Wanted to show the other view and give a sense for that space around the bungalow. And also in this slide on the right, you can get a good feel for how the two-story townhouses, the effect they have with the stepping back of the 26 feet. You can see the 7 stories at the far corner, then to 6, and then down to 5. And then as you turn the corner behind the bungalow, that's the 4-story amenity structure. It's actually 3 functioning stories, but with a taller top floor for the event space, and then the pool dropped down into that. But 4-story mass there. And again, showing that that nearly 100-foot wide frontage that the bungalow has. Also showing significant tree planted from day one in that area between the townhouses and the bungalow. So everything we can do to give it as much space as possible. We say that, but then there's all of these examples, great examples, successful examples in Hyde Park of being really close to such a structure. So on the left is the beloved Seville apartments, now condos, right in the middle of Hyde Park at Dakota and Morrison. It's 6 stories and 15 feet from the neighboring house, and just couldn't be more compatible. Also talks about the importance of building language, and the Seville speaks the same language as the houses. And so our intent is to have our project do the same in terms of window fenestration, sizes, architectural detail, and so on. Okay, at the Brevard and Bay corner, what we're calling the amenity structure, we have broken the scale of it down, and Addie found this picture, and it's oddly very close to the scale of the the DeSoto office building, the historic building from the late 20s that's at DeSoto and Deacle near Howard Avenue. I think our heights at our cornice are about equal. We don't have the tower, but they're similar. We do set our building back from the sidewalk a bit. The DeSoto building is similar to many of the commercial buildings historically, where it's right on the sidewalk. It's such a beautiful building, it doesn't matter, it doesn't feel compressed and strange there, it just feels right. Here on both sides of our building, on Brevard as well as Bay, we are using porches to make that transition down. So we're actually set back about 16 feet on Brevard and about 11 feet on Bay to the body of the building. Okay, that just discusses the setback. Wanted to show this slide of the area along Bay Street. We stood back one. We wanted to show you the area where the loading dock is. We wanted to show you that we have increased the level of architecture at a loading dock to make it feel more residential when the doors are closed. There could be an arbor element over it. But the main reason we wanted to show the upper slide is to show the articulation of the building, showing the 2-story cornice line that is the predominant line on the street, and then the setback of 16 feet to the 6- and 5-story body of the building. And then beyond that, towards Brevard, looking to the right, is the 4-story amenity building. The lower slide is really what that pedestrian experience is more about, but in both directions. So again, if you look at the 2-story cornice line this is the Magnolia and Bay corner, so this is the corner of the porte-cochere and dining terrace. That's where the steps lead. Really, you sense that 2-story cornice And then beyond, that's below the canopy of the palm trees, you pick up the 6-story cornice beyond. So very effective to bring the scale of the building down. Wanted to show, again, the 2 slides on the left are the Allegro, showing its 7 to 6 to 4 massing and its relationship with the street. And we feel we can, as much as it's been praised, we feel like we can do a much better job. The slide on the right is of Swan Avenue and the townhouses. So again, the elevated 2-story townhouses and their cornice line, much like the previous slide we saw on Bay and Magnolia, is the predominant line, with the 6-story elevation receding back to where it's hardly noticed. An example also of the shade trees that we're planting along Swan, a couple on Magnolia, and then along Bay as well, wherever there is a place to develop the canopy. And we have assurance that they'll be of decent size from day one. Okay, this slide really just talks about the orientation and site coverage criteria again. That really just shows that principal facade of both the Mirasol building and our building face the main boulevard, albeit at an angle. So the more prominent, inviting side of our building, like the Mirasol, is facing Bayshore. Also gives you an idea of the scale with the Bank of Tampa to the right. And then the last slide, this is giving you a little bit more of a feel for that porte-cochere and the porch setting that breaks down the mass of the building as it sits on Magnolia and the corner with Bay. Again, also gives you an idea of the grade change between the porte-cochere the drive-through area, and then 5 feet of grade change up steps to the lobby entry area. On the right of that right-hand photo, you can see the grab-and-go bistro dining terrace, and then up on top of the porte-cochere is the restaurant dining terrace. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Truett, are you finished?
Yeah, just for, Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley. If we could have just 1 minute, I know we've got this in the vacating, and we just have 2 quick slides to show that.
Yep.
Oops. Go ahead.
Yep. All right. Hello, again, Addie Clark, 400 North Ashley Drive. So quickly addressing the vacating of the alley. So Ron did a great job of laying this out. Thank you. So we have that ordinance from truly 100 years ago, from 1925, shown on the left. And then in blue in the dashed line, that is the area that we are proposing to vacate. And in that red and gray box is showing what was vacated a century ago. And then here is showing that again. It's just over 3,000 square feet is that total remainder of that alleyway. Again, we believe this is a fixing of a remnant that was partially vacated 100 years ago. The current alley does create a dead end, and we are very grateful to receive no comments and a full recommendation of approval for the vacating. And we're here if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. We did open both cases together. I'd like to take the vacating first. Let's focus on the vacating, which is ARC-25-0000227-VAC 25-08. The request is for a recommendation to vacate a portion of the alley. Once again, your duties and powers for recommendation are for Chapter 27, 113, A2J, with regards to the application for rezoning, changes to the land use classification, or comprehensive plan amendment, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance. There's a policy associated with vacating under the land use. To protect the original urban design principles of the historic district by ensuring that the historic grid and that includes the streets, the alleys, the right-of-ways are preserved in form and function. Staff's finding, while the staff finding typically objects to vacating requests based on the impact to the historic grid, the request involves a vacating of a portion of the alley, the remainder of which was vacated in 1925. As such, the staff does not object to the vacating of the remaining portion of the alley. This request has no objection from the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances in accordance with Chapter 27, 113, A2J. We did circulate this through the other city departments and no objections came forward. So let's focus on the vacating first. That concludes my portion, and I'm here to answer any questions on the vacating.
So, Ron,
Excuse me. Did you want me to incorporate the staff report totality or just focus on this?
no, total, and then
Total?
we'll do, yeah,
Okay.
please.
So it's a little atypical. So just to give you a reminder, this is ARC 25-0000226/REZ 25-48. This is for a recommendation to rezone from RO1 to PD. There are a substantial amount of letters in the record. We put them in your packets for you to review. I have copies of them here, and then we do have people in the audience as well. Once again, when you review the recommendation for the rezoning, please go back to Chapter 27, 113, your duties and powers with regards to the application for the rezoning, changes to land use classification or comprehensive plan amendment, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance. We do have Sam Thomas with land development here. He could assist any questions that are associated with the PD as well. This request is inconsistent, is staff's findings, with the Tampa Code of Ordinances, with the plans that we reviewed on August 20th, 2025. On their title page, there were some waivers attached to this request moving forward. I think that each of those waivers need to be addressed independently through this public hearing process. When we look at compatibility with this request, we go to the standards and the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. There's 12 of them. One, the paint and stain color is just a recommendation. But the first 5, the scale, the height and width, the massing and building form, the setbacks, the orientation and site coverage, alignment, rhythm, and spacing, these here have to do with the PD. That's the overall bulk of the project and how it's placed on the subject site. So I'm going to go through that a little bit more thoroughly. As this comes forward tonight, you're looking at the recommendation for the rezoning. This will go to City Council. They stated on November 13th, 2025, 3 portions, the comp plan amendment, the PD, and the vacating will all go in front of City Council. If City Council rules in favor, you will see this again under a certificate of appropriateness. So keep focused. We're looking at the rezoning this evening. As I stated in the Hyde Park Design Guidelines, I'd like to go through the 5 criteria that address this request this evening. The scale is the height and width. The proportion of the size of the new building compared to others on the block. We stated that the proposed project has a variety of contributing and non-contributing resources. The request may allow for a project concept of height, density, and scale that has been historically found in Hyde Park. However, the development exceeds the historic references within the district for height and width. He did mention this is within FEMA, and he addressed some of that. That's going to give it a little height on that podium because it's within the FEMA boundaries. The second criteria is massing and building form, which states the relationship of the building's massing and forms to others within the district. The PD plan presents building width that extends the entire length of the block. The incorporation of significant changes in the setbacks and height may break up the massing to a degree. We've worked with their team to get to this level. Staff feels that they have a little bit farther to go to break up that scale and massing. The setbacks is irregular patterns along the blocks. They have 4 block frontages that they're dealing with. They have provided some information this evening. They have some dimension lines that they could share with you, but we're looking for consistency with the setbacks of the established pattern within the district. The orientation and site coverage, the front of the buildings in relationship to the front of other buildings along the block, and the percentage of the site that the building covers. The principal facades and entrances should be oriented to the street and should be predominant. That is a very textbook design to be very pedestrian friendly to the environment, which Hyde Park is. The lot coverage is atypical that they have here. They have what's in green here will all be removed except for this contributing structure here. And then they showed a site plan and they showed some massing models and some elevations. But if you look in the immediate vicinity, that you see that the parcels are broken up, and the further development of this project to break up to have a relationship. It's not going to be 100% reflective of what's out there, but compatible with breaking up the massing is what we're trying to achieve here. And then the rhythm, alignment, and spacing is the effect the new building has on the existing patterns along the block. This new building obviously is larger than the other ones along the block, but we believe that with additional focus on breaking up that massing horizontally and vertically will help bring it into compliance. Going through my criteria, I believe I've addressed all the items that I'd like to address, and as I stated, I'm here for questions on both applications.
Thank you very much. Dennis?
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. Just a couple of items. Ron did mention the letters. I want to be more specific that there were 36 letters that were submitted for the record. 33 of those were presented in your packets. I have an additional 3 letters that came in after we had completed our printing and package preparation. I'm going to add those to the letters to be entered into the record, but I'm going to circulate these separately because they were not duplicated for your review. Additionally, as we get into public comment, I do want to remind those in the audience that are going to be providing public comment that there is a 3-minute limit that will be enforced so that we can get to the discussion of business this evening. If individuals are going to be speaking, if you could line up on this wall so that we can keep the other side open in case someone needs to exit the room. And we'll try to manage that as efficiently as possible. There is a timer here on the left side of the podium that does indicate the time that you have remaining for your testimony. If you do have speaker waiver forms and you have those submitted, please indicate that you have submitted one of those as you come to the podium. If you have not submitted those, please submit those to me. I'll be right here on this side of the room, and I'll make sure that those get accommodated within the public record. So with that, your pleasure, you can begin.
Can we ask one more time if everybody's been sworn who's going to speak? Has there anyone who has not been sworn in previously? You could raise your hand. So it looks like we're ready for public comment. Okay, thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Ron. All right. As Dennis asked, everybody please line up on the left. We can go one at a time.
We've got 2 more minutes with Deacon. It's page 2 for that. Yeah.
All right, when you come forward, please state your name and your address clearly.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Charles Michaels, M-I-C-H-A-E-L-S. I'm a retired lawyer and the former general counsel of a real estate public company in Los Angeles. I'm a resident of the Christiansted building on Bay Street, which is 1 block away from the hotel. We're on the northwest side as you head towards downtown and across the street from the Bank of Tampa. First of all, I'd like to compliment the architect, designers, the owners, and what I think is a spectacular project for our area. But that's not my concern for tonight. My concern, and a great concern, is about the parking in our area, because I think it's going to fundamentally change the integrity and character of Hyde Park. And let me explain why. The hotel provides 271 spaces of guest parking, which should be more than enough for its 151 rooms. There are, as was quoted, 184 parking spaces within 1 block. But what was not said was that about 12 plus of those units are all in front of my residence, which means that anyone who wants to go to an event or is staying over there and who wants to avoid a $45 a day parking event fee is going to be parking on my street, which means I don't have any parking around me. And this is also true for all of my other comrades here in Spanish Town Creek area in Hyde Park. What's going to happen is that all these guests are going to avoid those fees by parking in front of our homes. How would you like all these cars parking in front of your home on Bay Street, Swan, Brevard, Fielding, and Boulevard? So my suggestion, and as a Marine we were always told to present a solution, is to convert all of the parking spaces within a 3 to 4 block radius, as appropriate, to residential parking only. Let's continue with this project, but we all need to remember we need to compromise. And compromise means that everybody doesn't get everything they want, but they do get something of what they want. So that's my solution. I hope you'll consider it, as will others.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, council members. My name is Gabe Quinn. I just recently graduated from the University of Tampa. I now live and work full-time down here in Tampa. I'm here tonight to show my support for the Magnolia Hotel project. I think this project introduces an incredible new public amenity to the Hyde Park area, which is, as previously stated, historically a private sort of space. I think that it is also important to understand that change is inevitable and that this project brings about change done right. It uses thoughtful architecture with the staggering roof structure so as to not obscure other views. It uses landscaping and vegetation along all 4 sides of the building so as to preserve and enhance sort of the historic and nature aspect of the area. Also, as a young adult, I think that this project is incredibly useful and represents sort of the younger generation of people moving to Tampa, and that we need more public spaces with amenities as opposed to sort of condos or townhomes and things that have only one single use. I think that this is a very well thought out project, and they have come back with reservations and they have heeded comments, and that this is something that you should definitely take into consideration, and I urge you to approve this project as a whole. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Omar Butt. I'm a resident of Jeton, 2631 West Jeton Avenue, currently, and so very nearby and near the Epicurean And previously, I actually lived very close to this in a condo building as what I was renting. It won't come as a shock to any of you that I'm not a Tampa local, but I have taken and adopted the city as my own, and my family have been on the Gulf Coast of Florida in various forms for 40 years. I'd like to echo two things that a previous speaker said, and I'm sure many other speakers will say. I think it was very, very wise of the first gentleman to talk about compromise. I think things like parking and zoning and other things are give and take. And I think seeing this project and its form, they have been so incredibly thoughtful about the design. I mean, what owner or real estate owner, and I'm in the banking world, our office is just down the street, takes into account the porches and the covers and the local flora and fauna of Tampa and its history. And, you know, to all the good residents of the area, as I was, Spanish Town Creek was the birthplace really of Tampa. And to have a space like this to talk about Tampa, you know, from 1887 onwards, is such a wonderful thing that the owners that are thinking about that. And I don't know how many people have been to Brazilian Court in Palm Beach, which sounds like the owner also has. You know, it's in a residential area, and I have friends who live in that area of Palm Beach next to Brazilian Court. And again, they are so thoughtful about noise and parking and valet and how they present things, even though the hotel is so popular. So I have all hope that, you know, they will be thoughtful, and they're so consultative over the local area. I mean, it's just astounding to me how they're even thinking about trucks going into the building rather than being outside. And we've seen it in Hyde Park. I see it on Howard. Even though the Epicurean is actually very, very good. It's right near my house, and I've never had a problem, you know, with parking or anything like that. The fact that they're talking to local business owners to have more parking, even though they're overparked already. And it's so interesting to me, you know, as I said, I love this city that I've adopted, and I sometimes worry that, you know, they used to use the phrase, you know, my kingdom for a horse, like my city for parking. Like, we will be okay. There will be solutions to these things. Let's not lose this city's, you know, wonderful ability to constantly adapt and evolve. And I'm low on time, but I will say this, that when I moved to Tampa, I made wonderful friends here, not in my, you know, block of condos or apartments or anything. I made them in social spaces like hotels and social clubs, and places that previously people fought tooth and nail to have, and now I've seen that they love. So there is always difficulty in change, and there should be compromise, but I'm so wholeheartedly for this project, and I hope my neighbors and you can be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Susan Turner. I live at 702 South Fielding Avenue. Have lived there since 1979. I submitted a letter, my husband and I submitted a letter to you. You should have it in your packet. But I'd like to emphasize 4 things that are of concern to us. One is the density of the project. At capacity with the things that are proposed, it's possible that there would be as many as 1,000 people, including staff members and visitors, in that very small block. Which would cause any number of significant issues and impact on a daily basis to the surrounding residences. Secondly, the elevation of the project we feel is much too high. A more comparable project to this one is the Hyde Park Village project, where there is a boutique hotel, there are condominiums, there's a parking garage. In nowhere in that space is the elevation higher than 3 or 4 at the most stories. So we feel that a much more appropriate elevation would be 3 or 4 stories for that location. Thirdly, and importantly, when we're talking about development of Tampa, we tend to forget public safety. And that particular area people use repeatedly for walking their animals, for exercise, for crossing onto Bayshore Boulevard. It's a very busy place. I walk on the Bayshore every morning. I know how busy the traffic is there at that particular corner of Magnolia and Bayshore. It is dangerous. you have to be very careful. We have children who attend Gorey and Wilson elementary schools twice a day. That is a parking lot for parents, actually 4 times a day. It's a parking lot for parents who are dropping off and picking up their children. There are children who are scooting, biking, walking, talking, having a good time. We must make sure that their transit is safe. And lastly, Hyde Park, as your job is of architectural significance, not just in Tampa, but in the state. And I think this project does not maintain the historical integrity of the Hyde Park area. So we strongly recommend against the project as proposed. We are not opposed to development of that site. Certainly it needs to be developed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Durden, 1820 West Richardson Place, which I have lived in since 1989, and my house is 100 years old. I previously had been president of the Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, but I'm coming to you as president of Tampa Regional Artists. We operate the old Hyde Park Art Center, and how do I turn this on? There.
It's on.
Okay. We are located right there next to the subject property. The old Hyde Park Art Center was a one-room schoolhouse originally located by Gorey Elementary and moved to the subject lot in the 1920s. It is an 1,100 square foot one-room schoolhouse, 1 story tall. Its mass and scale is consistent with this block, which is no more than 2 stories tall. I thought it was very illustrative when Stephen Smith put that mass and scale illustration of the bungalow next to the building. The bungalow is consistent to the mass and scale of what this neighborhood is. The building is not. We run classes from 9 to 9 every day during the week, and during the day on the weekends. We have very limited parking. We're highly dependent on street parking, on Swan, on Boulevard, and Bay Street, as well as the neighborhoods. Many of our classes have more students than we have parking, or parking places on Swan, so people are lugging art supplies through the neighborhood. The past year, we have worked extensively with the city to develop efforts to both calm Swan Avenue and to preserve parking and to develop bicycle lanes. We're working towards safety for people, for bicyclists, and for motorists. By doing what we've done in the past year with city mobility, we have narrowed Swan Avenue down. We turned it from a racetrack to a calm neighborhood street by narrowing the street, adding bike lines, defined bike lines, and adding and preserving our parking. I'm concerned that any increase in the density and intensity, such as mentioned before, will undermine what we've already achieved and significantly and negatively impact our public safety for pedestrians. Please consider how such a large facility will impact the historic character of Hyde Park. Historic neighborhoods die 1 block at a time. Don't be a factor in killing Hyde Park.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Michael Pobad, and I'm the president of the Spanish Town Creek Civic Association. The Spanish Town Creek Civic Association opposes the development at Swan and Magnolia. We oppose this development based on historical guidelines associated with Spanish Town Creek. This proposed hotel complex is still inconsistent with height, mass, scale, and density, which are critical components to strongly consider in your recommendation. It's important to note that this property is in the heart of historic Spanish Town Creek, recently designated a historic district in 2023. In addition, Spanish Town Creek is home to Gorey Elementary School, just 2 blocks from the proposed hotel complex. Gorey Elementary is the oldest operating elementary school in the entire state of Florida and was built in 1889. The historic significance of this is demonstrated by Dr. John Gorey, who is one of only 2 Floridians whose statue has been placed in the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. In addition, Spanish Town Creek is home to the Friday Morning Musicale, another historic facility located within blocks of the proposed hotel complex. This Friday Morning Musicale is a historic 1927 clubhouse and auditorium that resides at the center of Spanish Town Creek's earliest cultural and civic life. And finally, Spanish Town Creek is home to Dobyville and the original Dobie Home, a local historic landmark because of its cultural significance to the city of Tampa. Allowing structures of this size, scale, and density to be squeezed into this location with our narrow brick roads and historic designation diminishes the rich cultural integrity of this part of Spanish Town Creek. I am not swayed by the step-down concept. This is another case of placing a 20-pound building in a 5-pound bag. I am asking the commissioners to please focus on the major impact this development will have on historic Spanish Town Creek. I would like to add that Spanish Town Creek is considered the genesis of Tampa. It was established prior to Fort Brooke with non-native inhabitants. The Spanish Town Creek Civic Association is united and respectfully request that you deny the applicant's request, as it clearly undermines established historic preservation guidelines and our common sense quality of life that we all enjoy in Spanish Town Creek. Thank you for the privilege of your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for this time. My name is Donna Morrison. I'm an artist and a board member who works at the same art center that Kathy was talking about earlier, the Old Hyde Park Art Center, located at 705 West Swan Avenue in Spanish Town Creek area of the Hyde Park Art District. So that whole block just to the west of this development relies purely on street parking for access to classes, for the residences, for the buildings there. There is no other parking available other than a very narrow access road that runs behind our buildings. So recently, a couple days ago, survey stakes went up on that alleyway. And I called the city and spent an hour yesterday going from committee or organized group to organized group. Nobody knows what's going on. Turns out there's no permit that's been pulled in the city to survey this, but there's survey stakes there. Well, that alleyway leads right into the backside of this development where their amenity space and their gathering conventions or 4,000-foot event space is going to be, where there's going to be drop-off and pickup. So I'm wondering what's going on with that. We're never notified of what's going on, and we are immediately impacted and will be impacted because as this gets developed, we're going to have all of our parking taken away by work trucks, people coming and going from there, accessing our alleyways where we're having to carry art supplies. People can live back there, work back there, but that is not space that is available for construction. So we're worried about that, but more so we're worried about as the parking is compromised. And last week there was a Q&A with the Spanish Town Creek group, and the developers said that there's no way that they can stop the parking along Swan. In fact, they've admitted tonight and last week that they will be directing people to use that free city parking. Well, that free city parking goes right into us. So we're gonna have our people down Hyde Park streets where these narrow, wealthy neighbors don't want us to be, and people are gonna be walking all over the street trying to get to our facility. So we respectfully request you to please consider how dangerous this is gonna be for tens of hundreds of people every day that access our building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm George Deacon.
One moment, sir. Mr. Deacon, we have several speaker waiver cards that, if the people are present, then it would take your time up to 8 minutes. So just hold on one second. Let me just confirm everyone's here.
Okay.
John Levesque, thank you. Cindy Goding, thank you. Elizabeth Kelly, thank you. V. Smith, righty, and Matt Hilton. All right, great. Okay, Mr. Deacon, you have 8 minutes.
Okay, I guess, before I get started, I just want to say I've got 9 copies of my handout for distribution for, it includes my presentation and slides, all except for the very beginning, which I'll explain. Okay, I'll start. First thing is, I was surprised when the applicant mentioned the proposed trips, the project trips compared to the hypothetical 53,000 plus square feet of office. In other words, it ends up that he's one trip, or the proposed project is one less than that number of trips. As the applicant may know, the ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, national standard for trip generation has been revised. 12th edition is out. It takes a day to get it. I've been using it for weeks. The net result is that the office trips have been reduced by about 15%. So if the applicant is comparing his trips to the office trips, he'll have to reduce his trips accordingly and revise his trips. And his project will need to be reduced. So I didn't realize they'd bring that number up today, so I don't have any verbiage on it, but I know in the past, I've looked at it, I use that daily, use our Institute of Transportation Engineers. So it's just that his old traffic study would need to be updated. The number of trips of the hypothetical 53,000 plus square feet office would have to be updated. All the other uses would have to be updated. They would probably come down some, but the office is the biggest reduction. It came down about 15%. In regard to my experience, oops, I'm sorry. I'm a registered traffic engineer with the state of Florida. What?
It's upside down.
Oh, I'm sorry. For over 40 years, I've been reviewing transportation projects for their development projects for their impact on the highway network. I've done it for the DOT, Regional Planning Council, and municipalities. So I'm experienced in this area. Next, I'll talk about some of the design criteria, historic design criteria, in terms of the compatibility with the new construction. I've highlighted some of the areas, and some of those were mentioned in more detail. I guess one of the ones that stood out to me in particular was that the increase in traffic is, the focus of the compatibility of new construction and the existing character of the neighborhood without dictating style is one of the guidelines. This again will be in your handout. In regard to the proposed rezoning for to a PD, I mentioned some of the reasons why I don't think it's appropriate. It increases the number of people and pedestrians, which adversely affects the neighborhood. In particular, 3 of the 4 streets surrounding the area are brick streets. They're not designed for the heavy load of hundreds of new vehicles produced by a PD. Likewise, 2 of the streets, Bay Street and Brevard Street, are narrow streets, that's been mentioned before. And I've got a slide here that shows it's 24 feet wide. It's a brick street. It's got 10-inch granite, rough granite, vertical curbing on the side. If you have a commercial truck coming towards you, I'll show it on the other side, the standard for commercial truck width is 8 to 8.5 feet. Plus the mirrors. Sometimes the mirrors extend out 6 feet to a foot on each side. Florida doesn't have any standard for that, as some states do, but they do say the driver has to be able to see 200 feet back. The parking, it shows, is 8 feet. That's a city standard, 8 feet for parking. That leaves you about 7.5 feet. The minimum standard for local roadways traveling in each way is 9 feet. So we don't meet that standard. So the result is that people traveling on Bay Street, they're gonna have a hard time traveling, or they may not be able to travel at all at times, particularly if there's a commercial vehicle coming at them. Likewise, entrance to the garage and coming out of the garage is gonna be difficult just because the turning and the streets are so narrow. The applicant also had mentioned in one of the handouts, and this is quote, stepping down from the office to the east, which actually is the Bank of Tampa, which is not in the historic district as mentioned before, so it doesn't seem appropriate to compare the project to buildings that are outside the district, the historic district. While safety is not really is not a criteria mentioned in the guidelines, I think it's important, and it makes common sense, that if a project exacerbates safety, that should be a factor in considering approval of the project. Tampa ranks 8th in the U.S. cities for pedestrian deaths. In particular, there's been a series of fatalities and deaths down at Bayshore and Magnolia. If you rezone it as a PD, that adds more traffic, more pedestrian, just adds to that, the traffic, exacerbate the safety issues. In fact, in March, we just had another accident there, and we don't have the accident report back, but it appears that there are at least 1 or 2 fatalities. The city has said they're going to spend money on improving the intersection, but the traffic report says signals are not warranted or not needed. I've got one last slide here. The city has also come up with a high injury networks where there's 53% of the traffic deaths on 24% of the street roadways, and includes Swan Avenue from Bayshore to Howard Avenue. Again, it includes the schools and other projects that were mentioned before. So again, adding more people and more vehicles to this corridor is just going to increase the severity of the
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Good evening. My name is Heather Laszlo. I live in historic Hyde Park District, and I'm at 1803 West Hills Avenue. And I'm writing to share my support for the Magnolia Hotel project. I recognize that change is never easy, but it is sometimes both necessary and positive when done thoughtfully. And in my view, this project reflects exactly that kind of change. The design demonstrates real sensitivity to the historic district by staggering its height, preserving important historic elements, and incorporating landscaping and architecture that I believe will add long-term value to the neighborhood. This location makes sense for a hotel use. It could be a residential condominium project that could be built by right, and that would place significant additional strain on our already congested school hour traffic. And a hotel, on the other hand, does not exacerbate peak traffic, and it brings a use that benefits both the neighborhood and the broader city. Its proximity to the University of Tampa, Tampa General Hospital, and downtown makes it not only practical but truly needed. Importantly, the Magnolia is not requesting a parking waiver, a rarity for a project of this size, which reflects a responsible approach to planning. And similarly, the placement of the back-of-house operations and loading on Bay Street is a realistic and appropriate choice, minimizing impacts where possible and ensuring the project functions well. And I appreciate that this hotel will transform what has been a private frontage along Bayshore into a public amenity, creating a destination that residents, guests, and the community at large can enjoy. And for all these reasons, I believe the Magnolia Hotel will be an asset to the Hyde Park District and respectfully urge you to approve this project. Thank you for the privilege of your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Cohn. I live at 7903 Hampton Lake Drive in Tampa. I'm actually here to read a letter written by Barry Carpe of 715 South Boulevard in support of this project. He writes, "Dear members of the Architectural Review Committee, I am writing to express support for the Magnolia Court Hotel application. The applicant has proactively addressed concerns raised by neighbors regarding potential impact of this project. Key considerations and solutions include traffic and parking. The applicant has coordinated with relevant stakeholders to minimize neighborhood traffic and to ensure that parking needs for guests and operations are met with compliance with city standards, mitigating adverse impacts on surrounding streets. In terms of intensity of use and hours of operation, the proposed hotel's anticipated intensity of use and its operational hours, particularly for the outdoor service of alcoholic beverages, has been clarified and adjusted to align with community expectations for noise and activity, demonstrating a good faith effort to respond to neighbor concerns. In terms of stormwater management, the design now incorporates stormwater vaults to capture and manage runoff on-site, which effectively addresses potential drainage and flooding concerns for the area. Design compatibility. Most notably, the applicant has relocated the tallest segment of the building to be directly across from the Bank of Tampa's existing 9-story structure, enhancing compatibility with adjacent developments and preserving the established character of the area. It is also important to note that the ARC is currently allowing elevations within Hyde Park to rise from 7 feet to 14 feet above sea level to address FEMA AE floodplain requirements. The proposed hotel will be constructed to meet this updated elevation standard at its lowest point, located at Swan and Magnolia. This approach is consistent with the proactive measures the ARC has recently allowed for single-family residences, adapting the ongoing challenges of climate change, ensuring Hyde Park's longevity while safeguarding public welfare. As a point of reference, Hyde Park Village, widely recognized as the jewel of Hyde Park, would not be permissible under today's more restrictive ARC guidelines. One can make a compelling case that the Magnolia Court Hotel represents a similarly transformative and positive addition poised to become the neighborhood's next great community asset. For these reasons, I respectfully request the Architectural Review Committee recommend approval of this application to rezone the property from RO-1 to PD. And thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sally D. I live at 1803 West Hills Avenue, Tampa. I am reading into record a letter that Linda Salciana sent us. Thank you for considering my comments about the proposed Magnolia Hotel project ARC 25226. I have worked to protect Hyde Park's architectural character throughout my professional life. First, I worked at HCPC as a staff member who wrote the Hyde Park plan in the 1980s. Then I created a walking tour for the Gorey students to better appreciate the neighborhood's history and architecture. I serve as a member and chair of Tampa City Council for 20 years and have always promoted historic preservation. I served 2 terms as a board member for the Florida Trust in Historic Preservation, so you can see that I deeply value the quality of historic preservation. The plan before you protects not only the historical structure on the block, the bungalow on the corner of Swan and Brevard. The new construction is set apart from the historic home so that it will be visible and create a scale relationship with the brick apartments across from Brevard to the west. The careful massing of the hotel, which moves to the north and west, coupled with the installation of significant planning along Swan and Magnolia Streets, will allow the new building to easily blend into the neighborhood. I have enormous respect for Stephen Smith's ability as an architect to sensitively design the new structure to reflect the surrounding character of Hyde Park. Since I'm unable to attend the September 17th meeting, please take my support into consideration and vote positively on the issue of AR 25266. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Lou Bailey, and I live at 912 South Oregon Avenue. First, on behalf of the Board of Hyde Park Preservation, Inc., I want to compliment the developers team, not only for the meetings, but they actually listened to our feedback and improved the project based on our feedback, and I thank them for that. I'm now not speaking on behalf of the board and telling you my personal reasons as to why I do support the project. There are a number of them. The one contributing structure on the collective parcel is being preserved. Many of the other structures and the surface lots are ugly. They don't belong in the district. The flooding into our streets just on a routine August rainstorm is a hazard. The parcel needs to be redeveloped. Doing it as a comprehensive block project affords a much more functional water management solution, so I support that idea. Planned developments are not inherently corruptive to our historic district. They need to be evaluated. In this case, I find that the proposed setbacks and staggered building heights are respectful to the surrounding area. The parking is above requirements and not visible from the streets or the sidewalks. Valet parking service that's off the street and, as the owner committed at no charge, has proved to be a practical solution at both the Stovall House and the Epicurean in keeping cars from cluttering neighborhood streets. There are also negotiations underway to do off-site parking in evenings and weekends. The sizing and positioning of both the trash and delivery bays will keep those functions from blocking the streets. They've designed a spot for package delivering and rideshare drop-offs to keep that off the streets. Ingress and egress plans have been carefully considered. They've limited the outdoor hours to respect the residential area. Landscaping will provide buffering along the streets, on sidewalks, and also up on the rooftop. The second restaurant has been downsized. The main restaurant, second restaurant, and the boutique hotel will be used by locals. The event occupancy limit has been reduced. There's a precedent of a hotel use in our historic district, Pally House. There are precedents of multifamily residence of scale in the historic district. I find Siebold and Valencia to be comparable. The current zoning with no public participation or other reviews allows a large number of apartments. This would increase density with no public benefits. Further, apartments won't be built to this kind of quality. Despite a designated car line and a public parking lot, many Gorey parents routinely park illegally on the streets, and that has a different remedy. It's called parking enforcement. I don't find that to be a reason to limit other parcels' land use rights. So, look, I was an ex-Gorey mom. I live in the area. I'm a passionate protector of Hyde Park. I've come before you on other issues. I think this is a good project, and we ought to let it go through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Tombaugh. I live at 809 South Oregon Avenue.
I am the current president of HPPI, though tonight I will speak as a civilian. I'm an architect and I practice in Florida and other parts of the United States. I think the developer and their team have done a thoughtful response to the use and the neighborhood fabric. They've been incredibly responsive and have incorporated a lot of our comments, and they've met with us, I think, 4 times, which has been amazing. As has previously been spoken about, they've accommodated stormwater, traffic, and parking, I think, to a very high degree. I believe this is an overall asset to our neighborhood and the greater Tampa area. And again, as an architect, I'm consistently impressed with the proposal by the thoroughness of the design team, both aesthetically and programmatically. So again, as a civilian, I very much am in support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Hanlon, and my wife and I live on Brevard at
Excuse me,
Swan.
Mr. Hanlon, one moment. You have a speaker waiver card here, which would allow you 4 minutes. Is Ms. Beverly Hanlon here? Okay, so you have 4 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We live on Swan and Brevard. We're at ground zero for this project, right across the street. Our house is adjacent to that historic structure. We will be severely impacted by this proposal. You've heard the comments about parking and people using the facilities on this proposal and having to drive on our narrow streets and find somewhere to park. It isn't going to work. I came here tonight to remind you that all the public reviews of this project have rejected this project. 2 staffs of professional planners, engineers, and designers paid for by our own tax dollars specifically for the purpose to review and evaluate proposals like this. They studied these plans, these changes, the updates. They talked with the developer. They considered everything, just as we paid them to do, and yet they rejected it. You heard Ron Vila talk about all the limitations with the staff recommendations to you about this project. That is the diplomatic, tactful way of saying this project is not for Hyde Park and doesn't fit historic standards. Those objections are all written down in public reports. Why do we pay them to do these evaluations and then ignore their recommendations? Check out the 6 reasons from the Hillsborough County City Planning staff and the 4 reasons from the Tampa City staff. We ask you to deny this request so that any future development on that site could comply with the 71 dwelling units that are allowed for residential property. That'll be perfectly compatible with our neighborhood, perfectly compatible with the people that live there now, and it'll be a good opportunity for real estate development in our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. I'm Cynthia Schaff-Hadel. I live at 509 West Bay Street. I think the project is beautifully done, and I think it will be an improvement for the lot that's there right now. But I'm concerned about traffic. You can see our streets are very narrow, and they're brick streets. They weren't manufactured to withstand the amount of traffic that we're going to have. You can see that the UPS truck doesn't allow for much room on the other side of you. And I would assume that fire trucks are even wider. And if we have a lot of traffic on the street, we won't be able to have emergency services when they're needed. I lived in Hollywood, California before I moved here, underneath the Hollywood sign. I can tell you all about traffic. Our streets were little narrow streets that looked like a parking lot because of the amount of cars that were on the streets. the city did nothing to eliminate or improve our streets so that we could still function and live in an area and have tourists. I think that this building will be beautiful, and I like the design of it, but I hope that you will consider the parking problems and street problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. It's a letter from one of our board members who could not make it. No, I've actually got another presentation with photos. So let me get this. And to think I was a radio reporter.
Ma'am, did you have a speaker waiver card?
There was one. Someone did sign up or give me one of their minutes. I believe I have
Ms.
4.
O'Brien?
Bobby O'Brien.
Okay.
Correct.
Linda Aiken, are you present? Okay, Ms. O'Brien, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. Thank you for the long evening you're putting in. We're putting it in too. It means a lot because it's right next to my house. My name is Bobby O'Brien. I'm a Spanish Town Creek resident of more than 40 years. I live at 702 West Bay Street, within 30 feet of the amenities building. I'm also a member of the Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association Board, and I respectfully ask that the ARC oppose this project. I want to make a quick note to begin with. All compliments to Truett and Stephen and Addie, because they did reach out. There are a lot of meetings. They had 4 meetings with HPPI, but this is in Spanish Town Creek. They finally had 1 meeting with us last week. They did have a couple of Zoom calls, but how they can say they negotiated for sound and noise with somebody who isn't even in next to the district really boggles my mind. I'm asking you for a couple of different reasons. Professionally, it has been mentioned, the planning staffs of the city, county, and also the Hillsborough County City-County Planning Commission have all denied recommending this project. The 2-acre block that has always been listed as residential recently added a light RO1 light office status, has always been residential, not commercial. And I'm going to show you a map, as you can see right here. I X'd out where their block is, but there's a reason that the Hyde Park Preservation expansion drew a line down Magnolia. You can see R50. There's plenty of room for development. People are saying development's coming. I'm not against that. Just put it in the right place. And it doesn't belong on this corner, which is problematic for traffic, flooding, and also part of the neighborhood. Don't go over the line. You don't need to. The applicant, Mr. Schlesinger, he knew when he purchased his 2 lots that they were RO1 and R35 land use. You are not taking away any of his property rights at all by saying no. He can still build on that with 35 or up to 71 units. He can do a lot of other things, just not a hotel, which would drastically increase traffic. There are some historic examples that our colleagues who've been, like I said, very generous with their time. The Allegro, the staggered, that Allegro isn't as big as their property, and it is for senior citizens. You're not going to have the commercial traffic. You're not going to have the restaurants, the gym, the weddings, the pool parties on the upper deck. The same with the DeSoto Avenue. That's an office units. The same with Seville. Those are condos. These are not historic comparisons because they are not a complex. And that's why I called this a complex, a hotel complex. It's important. There are a lot of other things to get to, but the ARC new commercial construction guidelines that I read stated on page 111, quote, "The ARC may not approve projects which maximize land use when scale and site coverage are determined to adversely affect the charge of the district." Bottom line, your staff has told you they do not meet the code. They do not meet. So, and I'm going to flash through these. You are not
Ma'am.
seeing the residentials.
Ma'am, we've got to,
Okay.
thank you very much.
I know. But you know what? It boggles my mind, and I love you all dearly. You've been very helpful, but you've not once turned a camera toward our part of Bay Street, where you can see 100-year-old homes. My home's 50 years old.
Thank you, Frank Belosa. I live at 509 West Bay Street, so another of the residents on Bay Street. I feel like we're forgotten a little bit because there are always more commercial along Bay Street now. And I agree with most of the comments about traffic on Bay Street. I'll just call attention to a couple of things. One, the traffic, if you remember, the traffic from Bayshore feeds Bay Street. People fly off of Bayshore. I know that it's 35 miles an hour, but they still fly on that street and go right past our building. I also own an office building on Bay Street, 515 West Bay Street, which is the first building east of Magnolia. So we're worried, we're all worried, and I'm also the president of the Association for Christian Set Condominium. The feedback I've gotten is that they're worried about the traffic, of course. They're worried about the parking, of course. We can't help but think that that parking is going to just bleed into the community. I know that there's a net gain, but that net gain is not going to cover all the people who just drive there and just want to go to the facility for a wedding or for whatever it is. So we're hoping you consider that. The other, and one last point, which is maybe minor, but another feedback that we got is the deliveries on Bay Street, that narrow street. I'm picturing these big trucks trying to back in or go into and back out of Bay Street at all hours of the day, or even if it's in the middle of the night, backing up, beeping, waking everybody up. We just hope that and I like the project. I do appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I was a commercial real estate lender for many years, managed a real estate group for a couple of big banks here, and I know all the work that these guys have put into it, and they're very smart folks. I hope that they can figure out a better way to manage that traffic coming in and out of Bay Street. Thank you.
I have a question. I noticed that this goes off while the pictures are down there, so you all aren't seeing them. Is there some problem with it? Because I have pictures to show.
Yeah, we can see it.
You can see them? Okay, this is my minute.
Oh, okay, okay.
My
this
name is Pam Cannella.
And that's Jennifer? Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, these are the facts. Request for rezoning is unreasonable, irresponsible development. Why? Its location is in our historic residential Hyde Park area. It's a massive development. It would occupy 1 square block, and it's not within the historic guidelines. The site is located within Bayshore Blvd coastal high hazard flood zone. This increase of people impacts space demands for shelter at this evacuation zone A. LU policy 1, 2, and 3.3. This area's vulnerability to deterioration by flooding and storm surge is protected by law. The Florida Statute 163.3177 and Tampa's Comprehensive Plan limits and discourages development in this high-risk area. The importance of Tampa's resilience and sustainability depends on the acknowledgement and proactive ability to address these issues and enforce these laws. Tampa's own study was just completed in 2025. The Vulnerability Assessment, Florida Statute 3380093, states this area is vulnerable to sea level rise, rainfall, storm surge, and overdevelopment causing flooding. Bayshore Boulevard is lowest at the north end, near the location of historic Spanish Town Creek, between West Platte Street and South Rome. Now it's piped below the ground. Low-lying inlets near Swan Avenue intersection could see regular high tide flooding. Most inlets along Bayshore are now filled with low tide flooding, especially where the gates are that are connected to the high-rise buildings. Storm surge has greatly impacted Bayshore Boulevard. Primary trouble spot is Hyde Park Preservation District due to the more recent development on this low-lying area. Rainfall studies show widespread rainfall flooding vulnerabilities concentrated along Bayshore Boulevard. We all know it. All of Bayshore has been showing signs of deterioration with collapsing seawalls, outfalls, or no wall outfalls, sidewalk sinking, and street cave-ins. The proposed the proposed vault that they're saying is underneath the garage is going to be underwater by this applicant is completely useless. This development would only add to this now vulnerable Hyde Park Historic District and Bayshore Boulevard with even more deterioration. And it definitely will flood more in that area as the water is coming in from Bayshore through those, whatever's left of those pipes that are there, the outfall pipes. I walk it, I see it, and there's water in all those storm drains along Bayshore, and especially right there at the corner at Swan and Bayshore. Thank you, Skylar.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Steve Barnes. I live at 716 South Delaware, which is a couple blocks and a short walk to the proposed project. Here to speak in favor of the project. When I learned about it, I wasn't in favor of it. I was against it. It raised my concern and it raised worry. And I started talking with my wife and realized that what was driving my concern was fear, not knowledge. So I spent many, many hours going to public meetings, meeting with the representatives of the project, going through the site plans, going through the renderings, and I believe in the project. For all the reasons you've heard and you know as you've looked through this stuff, it addresses safety, it addresses stormwater. My wife and I walk that street regularly, and we said, I wonder what they're ever going to put here. And we feared it was going to be multifamily residential condominiums. Because if you look at the facts, you take the word resident off of it and the word hotel off of it, and you just look at the facts, it's not even a close call what impacts our neighborhood more. You put that volume of multifamilies in such a small parcel with those peak hours of traffic and everything else that goes on, that to me is a no-go. So when you look at this project and the thoughtfulness with which they've handled it and tried to accommodate and assimilate into the neighborhood, it's a great project. I thought I was going to be the only one with a perspective, but the second guy on the speaking here stole my thunder. I grew up, I've been here 30 years and lived in South Tampa 30 years, but I grew up and was born and raised in Juno Beach, Florida. And I remember as a child going to the Brazilian court for Mother's Day and Easter and special occasions and weddings. And when I heard and learned the Schlesingers were going to come over here and do this project, I don't know the family, I've never met them, but I know the hotel. And I know how it integrates on Hibiscus Street and Australian Avenue and Brazilian Avenue into a residential neighborhood. And what a good job they've done and what a good steward and a good neighbor they've been over here. They're going to be good neighbors. And I would hope everybody sets aside worry and fear and becomes informed and learns what this project is all about and how it's going to be a jewel of our neighborhood, just like the Brazilian court is over on the East Coast. This is a good project. And I look forward to walking up there with my wife on our date night that we've kept for 17 years on Wednesday night and taking her to dinner. Please approve the project.
Thank you.
Name's Bob Kelly. I live at 703 South Brevard. This is the corner we're talking about right here. That's gonna take a lot of votes. And I think what they're proposing is they're gonna take care of their own drainage, but they don't have a choice. This comes with it. It's just the way it is, and that's just one little part of it. You know, for the record, I oppose it. The zoning change, that's a big leap. When you're going from 50, RO to commercial. You know, I live right across the street, right across from the house they're saving. And it's a peaceful neighborhood, you know, we walk our dogs, you know, the weekends are calm. It kind of goes hand in hand with office zoning or office residential, whatever. You know, the workers are going home in the evening, so it's quiet. We all get out, walk around, talk to each other. The weekends are peaceful. And you're talking about, they want to rezone this to where it goes from peaceful neighborhood to as much business as they can generate 24/7, 365 days a year. And there's just going to be, you know, and the parking and the cars and the valets running around. The valets ain't going to pay, they probably won't even be allowed. I go to Midtown, and they got big signs in there that says, anybody who works there virtually, you're not allowed to park here. So you guys go out and park someplace else. So it's the same thing that's going to happen there. The valets, the cleaning people, hospitality, maintenance, they're going to take every little spot in the area. And that's just the way it's going to be. And I don't know how you're going to do it. It's just, as far as the building and the architecture, I don't know how in the world you can claim a rectangle, 6-story, 7-story, whatever. It looks to me the same size they build parking lots, parking garages. Throw a few little step downs or whatever, and you're telling me that's like lipstick, and you're going to tell us that's architecturally like Hyde Park? I just don't see it. The trucks, oh man, me and my wife have been going down. Sometimes we go to Key West and we see all these. We're just imagining we're right across the trucks, the beeping, all over the place. And these guys who drive these trucks just park in the middle of the road. They just get out with these hand trucks. They're not going to wait. They got to do it. It's just not a good thing. It's over. It needs to be someplace else. It needs to be down in. If they want to build, they can go down to Ybor City in that new place, but it's just not the right spot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Natalie. I've worked in hospitality in Hyde Park for 8 years. I have a unique perspective because my best friend is doing a big development like this in another city, and there's just so much disconnect between people like me doing the day in, day out, watching what they were talking about, where like cleaning people come in, versus the people sitting in these offices making the big plans. And I plan on having a family and a whole life in Tampa, and that corner is like the seed of an empire where it really could be something so beautiful and important. I remember I was like 10 years old when Curtis Hickson got to be that cool park where it is. And I'm not saying that that corner needs to be turned into a public park, but we can't like let the city get pillaged so easily by this big money from South Florida and New York, because it really could be something for the people. I mean, it was built 3 generations ago, the whole city of Tampa, 3 generations ago by immigrants from Cuba and Sicily and all these places. That's not that long ago. So I just think we should move slowly and say, no way, Jose.
Ma'am, excuse me, Natalie, we need your last name for the record, please.
ULM.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Keith Grimminger. I reside at 711 South Fielding, a block away from this development. I'm an architect, urban and community planner. Been practicing here for almost 40 years. Change is tough. You guys got a tough job here. By my count, you're almost at 50-50 on how the community's been responding here. But it's time for leadership, and we have to move forward. We're a growing community. The team has done a great job. Stephen Smith and Cooper Johnson Smith Architects really understand the Hyde Park aesthetic and moving forward. But not only that, but they really took a look at the stormwater issues. And we're not talking about the floods the gentleman showed here. When Helene comes, all bets are off. It's that afternoon storm that's gonna collect and save there, and that's what they're looking at there. Transportation, they're doing all that they can, and it's moving it out northeast, away from the community. You know, the whole idea of the plan, and the plan is on a piece of paper. It's a line on Magnolia. But the people don't understand that. They don't see that. Bayshore and Swan is a node. It is a transition. It is a gateway, as has been talked about here. And we have a 9-story office building, 13 feet floor-to-floor heights, versus a 6 or 7-story hotel, 10-foot floor-to-floor heights. The transition is what needs to take place there. As I mentioned, that is a gateway. And the aesthetics that the team has provided introduces Hyde Park as a historic district coming off of Bayshore. But those gateways go both directions. As you're coming west on Swan, this property will introduce people to the urban core. That transition from single-family, 1-story residences to a multi-story into the office building and the urban core. It's a tough decision, but we're growing. We need to understand this is where density should take place. So I urge you to consider voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Cherry. I live at 806 South Orleans Avenue. And if you know Hyde Park, you know that I am very close to Hyde Park Village. The worst situation I've had was trying to get to a funeral. And this was during the Christmas lighting. I couldn't get out of my house. So we already have a precedent in Hyde Park Village of new, more economy coming in. But we also have to look at the reasonable situation of the people that are living in the neighborhoods. So as far as I'm concerned, we already have a problem that's not being dealt with about parking. If you are willing to sit and call over parking violations, we can make it so that each person that comes and parks illegally, they get ticketed. That doesn't really help us in the future. They'll probably just park somewhere else. We need off-site parking just for that, just for the village. So to add in something of a large scale, which seems like it's going to affect the parking for the people that live there, that doesn't seem fair to me. Another thing that doesn't seem so fair to me is that we have all had to deal with the ARC, and we've all had to comply with their expensive and timely regulations. Actually, Carlos Molnar was my architect many years ago, and the amount of money and time, but we had to do it. Those are the rules. If we have to fit into the rules, why do other people get to come along and not do that? So, yes, I love that Tampa is growing. I love that it's a city where I can walk and bike, but grow in the appropriate places. Find a place just over that line that is appropriate for a structure of this size and economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Evening, my name is Joe Hafner. Practice with Hafner Architects. I've been in Hyde Park area for over 51 years with my office. It's at 14417 South Hyde Park Avenue. The list that was before had a lot of items which I guess we can't talk about tonight that are reality problems with building a project of this big and how many lanes of traffic you have to close to do it and how many years it will take. You don't care about that, neither does City Council when that comes up. But I would like to talk to you about PDs. I practiced in this area long before PDs were available to people as a zoning option and before the Hyde Park was a historic district. A PD, when it came out probably 30 years ago, as a planned development was supposed to be a creative option to the regular zoning for the property In this case, that's R01. A PD, at the time, for the first few years, people traded off setbacks for more heights or greater density. You were further away from the property lines. This project right here has setbacks of 1 foot, 3 foot, 7 foot. You wouldn't approve that for a residence in Hyde Park. And you wouldn't approve it for an R01 building that wanted to do an addition. So the thought to consider this for a 114-foot building is pretty ridiculous. Historic Hyde Park has been protected for over 40 years by a lot of people that want to preserve it. This project would be a great project if it were in the Hyde Park Village area or maybe in West Palm Beach, but it's not the right project for this property. This property is a different situation. It has different requirements to it. When you do a PD zoning and you approve it, that stays with the property for the life of the property. And all you're approving tonight is the setbacks in the envelope that they can build in. They can change their plan anytime they want. Anybody else can come in behind them or instead of them and build up to the maximum setbacks and the maximum height you give them. They have no control over what goes in that space. Right now, if you look at the upper right-hand corner of their PD plan, you'll see no allocation for parking for any of the commercial or assembly uses, such as restaurant, bar, ballrooms. There's not one car listed for any of those functions. And they come with people occupancy loads from 3 feet to 7 feet per person. So that's a lot of parking that's missing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, folks. My name is Frank Migliore Jr., M-I-G-L-I-O-R-E. I live at 1020 South Sterling Avenue. I want to start out not with a confession, but an admission. And the admission is this: I watch you guys all the time. I watch ARC hearings. I've listened to you. I've observed the questions you ask petitioners and objectors and so on and so forth. And I've really renewed my efforts this year in view of the change of administrations because I'm unable to watch the national news. My understanding is that some of you have already expressed, in specific cases that you've litigated recently, your concern on a block-by-block basis, on a residence-by-residence basis. Additions, I think there was one on West Jutan very recently that you sent back because the addition eclipsed the house. The petitioner's representative on that one observed that there were any number of those sorts of things. At least one of you expressed concern about that sort of thing. And she said, I think I've been doing a lot of these myself. I've seen others of you describe the fact that you got onto this board to preserve the architectural integrity of this community. And this board's been constituted and reconstituted. So I listened to today the presentation by the petitioner, and gosh, isn't it a beautiful building? It's stepped back and it's gabled and it's got porches and they're leaving the house on the corner and so on and so forth. And then at the end of the day, sometimes with all that's gotten said by so many folks all night long, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so finally in the petitioner's presentation, I looked at the photograph of the building and I thought, my goodness, that thing is huge. It's all out of proportion to the neighborhood. So what it is you folks are going to do at this point, okay? I urge you, when you begin your deliberations, okay? I mean, essentially what you're going to be asked to do is to mediate between the business interests of the gentleman from Palm Beach and the personal life effect on the people in the neighborhood. And when you mediate that, you're going to do it through the prism of the criteria that Ron read to you. And at the end of the day, if you go back and focus on those criteria that he talked about when he gave his report, I think that massing, that sort of thing, it's 4 pounds of, oh, never mind, we won't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think everyone has spoken, but is there anyone else in the audience who is here to speak for or against this project?
Ready for a second round?
I just want people to raise their hand if they're for or against this.
We're not going to do that. Is there anybody else who is has not spoken? Okay, not seeing anybody, we're going to go ahead and move on to commissioner questions, and I'll start on my left this time. Had to start somewhere.
All right. So, Sean, I have a question for you, if I may. Sam, I'm sorry. Sam, I'm so sorry. I can't read my own handwriting. So, just very succinctly, describe the difference between the zoning that's there now and what's permitted and the zoning that's being requested.
Okay. So the site is currently zoned, St. Thomas Development Coordination, the site is currently zoned residential office 1. Would you like me to go into the permitted uses there and what could currently be developed under the site?
I would like to know what massing is allowed there and what setbacks are allowed in the current zoning.
Okay. And the current zoning, the setbacks are 25 on the front, 7 on the side, 20 in the rear, and 15 on the corner. The maximum building height is 35 feet, and that is in the current R01 zoning. There are special use applications that can be filed within that R01 zoning that would allow for different development patterns, so of different heights and different setbacks, though. And I can provide those to you if you'd like.
Okay, so one more time. So the setbacks that are permitted right now.
25 on the front,
Uh-huh.
7 on the sides, 20 in the rear, and 15 on the corner. And the maximum building height is 35 feet. And that is if you were to develop a residential office or an office building there through the R01. You could pursue administrative applications and get different setbacks and different height, though.
And are there limitations if there's an application for those differences? Is there a limit of what those differences could be permitted to be, or?
So say, for example, they filed a special use 1 application for multifamily, as it was alluded to that multifamily could be considered here now. They meet the criteria within that special use criteria to move forward. They're on a, they have to have direct access to an RTO or collector street. They meet that. The second criteria would be developing under the residential multifamily 24 regulations. Those are different than what the R01 regulations are, whereas in that case, you could go up to 60 feet in height, and then your setbacks are the same, except for your corner would be 7 versus 15. But you do get additional height. That additional height does require step backs once you get above 35 feet.
Okay, so under that scenario, what's the height that condo could be again?
They could go up to 60 feet.
60 feet,
And it would
okay.
step back for 1 foot above 35 feet that you go above.
Okay, and then tell me what are the setbacks for what they're requesting?
The setbacks for what they are requesting is, to the east is gonna be 3 feet from the portico share, and then from the building, it would be 29 feet. To the west, it'd be 3 feet from the porch, but from the building, it would be 9 feet, the structure. To the north, it would be 1 foot from the porch. From the building, it would be 8 feet. To the south, it'd be 7 foot from the stairs that go up to the townhome units, or 10 feet from the building. There are additional step backs built into those setbacks when you get into height. I can provide you with those if you would like.
Okay, I think that's all I've got for now. Okay. So now I have questions for the applicant, or for Mr. Gardner.
Yes.
So where does the residential trash go from the townhomes? And I'm really looking at the units on Swan. Where do those residents take their trash?
Got it. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. So reality of life is there always has to be a back of house, and we studied this hard as far as where the best back of house would be. Obviously, that's not on Magnolia, that's your view out to Bayshore. Swan, we wanted to not have any curb cuts, and we're able to do that. And Brevard, too short, wanted to honor the historic structure, so Bay Street became the landing place for that. And it's this area here, which then both solid waste trucks as well as delivery, we took great lengths to be able to back those all the way in, and that's where Stephen Smith said the compactor will be. So all trash, including, I think your specific questions was the townhomes,
right,
would be serviced in that one location.
So they would internally take their trash through the hotel building to that compactor?
No, so what you're, I think, missing there is these units are actually going to be rear loaded into the parking area. And so if you're a resident of one of the townhomes, you would park interior to the building, so really kind of under what Stephen's showing here and directly in. So you literally just walk from there to there, and there would be a chute for your trash.
Essentially through the underground parking garage.
With
Okay.
a safe pedestrian passage to get there.
Yeah, okay. The traffic graphs that were part of your presentation that showed the peak hours, who prepared that traffic graph?
Addie Clark, who's a traffic expert, traffic engineer with Kinley Horn, in conjunction with Steve Henry of Langston Associates, also our traffic consultant.
Okay.
And that's using the ITE, which is the standard for traffic engineers.
Okay.
Excuse me, maybe I could add a little something to deliveries and trash.
Sure.
Maybe we haven't said, but this owner, being accustomed to working in historic district, Palm Beach, as we said, they limit their deliveries to box trucks. There will be no semi-trailers delivering here. It's just a question of management and vendors, and they do it all the time. And so that enables us to get the turning radiuses that don't affect the parking that's across the street. The compactor vehicles are essentially have the same radii as the box trucks that we're talking about.
Okay. So where is it contemplated that the staff will park?
All in the parking deck. Again, we're over parked. That does contemplate, I believe somebody mentioned, the restaurants and all of those, the way the Tampa parking code works. Hotel is the predominant use, but that also factors in, just like any hotel, ancillary uses such as restaurants, ballrooms, things of that nature. We have a very, I would say, suburban parking code, and we're not only meeting that, but exceeding that. And then we do have those instances, which are primarily going to be on weekends, where there may be a wedding, reception, something of the like, and that's where we went even beyond to Herod Properties and others and got those additional commitments to provide even greater than what code requires.
Right, but the general, it's contemplated that the general functioning of the hotel and restaurants, that the staff would park, it's self-contained within this parcel.
Per code, yes, but I think the link that we wanted to go to is on those nights and weekends events, perhaps staff parks in the Herod Properties property with the 84, freeing up additional space within that parking deck. The other thing that's not factored in at all is rideshare. And, you know, for instance, my brother and sister-in-law were in town last weekend. In the past, they would always come rent a car. This time, why would we rent a car? We would use Uber and Lyft. And so none of that is factored into this at all, which I think will be a predominant way for people to come, and hopefully residents in Hyde Park willing to walk.
So that was my next question about rideshare, because I heard one of the folks mention that there was some discussion with your group about rideshare, and that had been worked out, but I don't know that I heard exactly where rideshare is going to.
So that came up really for the first time at our meeting with Spanish Town Creek last Thursday. We immediately the next day jumped on that. I did not know how you designate a spot for Uber and Lyft, whether they dictate it or you dictate it. And so through calling around and researching that, it's us that gets to dictate it. And talking to Mr. Schlesinger and how Brazilian Court functions, they use their primary porte-cochere and then also have an alternative as well. I think our alternative, we want to keep them, again, off of Swan, off of Brevard, and off of Bay. And so designating this corner right here in the event that it's too tough to navigate. If the event people are leaving an event, too tough to navigate that, they could pick up here and have numerous options on how to proceed from there.
Okay, and then tell me, where are those parallel spaces that y'all are gonna, I think 12 you mentioned?
So I'm not sure where exactly Stephen gets that number, but I did want to add on Swan, and Addie, correct me if I misspeak here, but I believe there are currently 4 curb cuts, and we would eliminate all 4 of those curb cuts. That's through working primarily with the townhomes there, and then also Mary Lou Bailey and her organization wanted to do that. That would provide some additional space for parallel replacing basically those curb cuts.
Okay.
And then Stephen mentioned the 3 additional spaces that we would be creating there, again, not for hotel use, but for the public at large. And then also through our conversations, what we've committed to is working with the associations in the city to see if we could come up with some sort of permit type program like they have in Chandler District and others.
Okay.
One second. Same question. At some point you mentioned at no charge parking. Is that those 3 or 4 spots you're referring to?
No. So again, discussions with Mr. Schlesinger. Parking deck would be free to hotel guests. And then also if you're going to the restaurant, you would literally they can do it digitally now, but free to those as well. So all you would do is
so
tip the valet.
Any non-resident designated parking would be at no charge?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, and then I had one question, I think maybe the architect. How high is Allegro?
Allegro's, it's 6 stories with a tower element that's 7 stories.
Okay.
And then steps down to 4
Okay.
near the roadway.
And then the last question is, the bungalow, is that gonna have to be raised at some point? We've been talking a lot on this commission about raising. Do you foresee that that's ever gonna happen to that home, or is it gonna stay?
I know, that's a great question that honestly we haven't asked, but what I can say, having saved and moved frame dwellings, if we do need to raise it with a crawl space, it will be an easy lift compared to some of the houses that are slab on grade. But you're right, we need to look at what the elevation of that is and see. That area of the property, it does slope up. It's at elevation 8, in terms of grade in that location. So our last storms, I believe the highest point was like 8.6, 8.7. And these are, above mean high tide, so it would have been fine. It would have been high and dry there.
Okay, that's it. That's all I've got. Thank you.
For the architect, you've heard a lot of people commenting about the massing on the building and how they're not accepting the setback as a way of breaking up that massing. Can you comment on what your thought processes are? Because the elevations that we see with the renderings, it just looks like a big flat wall with some windows on it right up against the sidewalk. So can you help me with that?
Yeah, that's why we provided the renderings, because the elevation drawings are, as you guys know, they're just flat 2-dimensional drawings. And so you can't, things that are at a distance don't read on those as they do in renderings, which are taken from the viewpoint of a pedestrian. So what we wanted to show in those is when you're actually experiencing the building in reality, all of those things sort of foreshorten, and you don't you don't feel it as a billboard like it looks like in drawings. So in those renderings, we were showing what the experience is like on the sidewalk area, and the effect of having the two-story elements, be they the townhouses on Swan, the porte cochere.
It might be helpful if you put the renderings up.
Yes, if I will find them. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Thanks. Okay, great. Those with the smaller trees. Yes. Okay, I may coffee or help.
Yeah.
But yeah, not the most technical guy. I still draw with a pen. But this is a rendering that we didn't show you, and we've got a bunch here. And this is really showing a study of probably the day one when the oaks get planted. Smaller, while they're larger caliper, 8-inch or so, there'll still be a lower canopy. But the thing about it that's good is, to your point, is it actually shows how the base of the townhouse at 2 levels, if we look at the cornice line of the townhouses, that's really the dominant element. And then when you look above it, you see the 6-story portion of the structure receding back. And these are optically correct. These aren't manipulated by us. And so this is the effect of stepping back with the base of the building. And it's something Mirasol does really well. It's historically been a device to help kind of mitigate the footprint of a taller building beyond.
Can you point out where
there may
the
be some
6-story portion is in this rendering?
I'm sorry?
Can you point out where the 6-story portion is in this rendering?
Yes. So, okay, kind of, I don't know if the cursor works. So the 7-story portion is the tallest that you see, just above the entry. If you follow the entry door all the way up, you can see the 7-story, and then stepping to the 6 is to the left of it.
Is anybody else seeing that?
The other thing that we plan to do that's shown in these renderings is on the rooftops of these 2-story elements that are basically on 3 sides, and then of course we have porches on Brevard, those are terraces, in this case for the condominiums above, over the porte cochere.
Should we get it up?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this is a good, thank you, truly. And then over the porte cochere, that's the dining terrace, and so on. On Bay Street, it's a terrace that is for the hotel units. We're planting, as you can see, with planters and so on, landscaping up there that also helps with this idea of establishing that as a second ground plane. Again, the idea of terracing a building so that the impact is minimized. A view like this, compared to the one that we just had, is really, you only see this from a distance. So on any of the streets, when we were framing these renderings, you couldn't really see the upper part of the building. So the only place you can see it is at Bayshore View. There's when we tried to do a view of the bay and Magnolia corner, there was no place to get back far enough to see it. That's why the image you see are of the porte cochere. Try to see if I can go to some of these. We wanted to show this also while we're here, to show that concept of the terrace and the landscaped element at the top to reestablish that. We wanted to show it also probably the trees that are planted day one, and then over the years as they grow, continue around. Again, getting a look at Bay Street. This is at the loading dock. This is actually standing at the porch of the amenity building near the corner of Brevard and Bay. and looking again at how the two-story cornice is established with the 6-story, and you can barely make out the 7-story way beyond, but that is the 6-story cornice line that's set back the 16 feet. So a much different feel than if that face were basically at the face of the building by the pedestrians. Again, similar thing at the corner of Magnolia and Bay with, if you can make out above the major cornice of the 2-story element, you can make out the 6-story cornice above. And then beyond the second palm tree, it steps down to 5 and you no longer see it again. And the amenity building at the end at 4 stories is not even in the picture. I don't know if that thoroughly answers the question.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. I appreciate it. No more questions.
Oh, what's the width of the sidewalks surrounding the project?
I believe they're 5 feet.
Yep,
I could be wrong.
Yep, they are 5 feet along the 3 to the north, to the south, and to the west, and then 6 feet along Magnolia.
Okay. I'll just say that I wish they were wider. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Couple of questions for Sam, maybe just to build on my colleagues' questions. So we're presented with a rezoning request, and I just want to make sure that the record's clear, and frankly that I'm clear on. You started to go there, and so I'm going to have you go where you were going to go in terms of the viable uses. So the future land, just to confirm, the future land use amendment is complete. Is that correct? So it's at CMU 35, or is that still in process?
Same Thomas Development Coordination. It has not been approved by City Council yet, so we are currently still with R35 future land use.
Okay, interesting. So a hotel is not permitted currently?
Yeah, and the R35, a hotel cannot be considered in the R35 future land use or in the R01 zoning.
Okay. Assuming the CMU 35 is approved, is hotel appropriate in any form there? For example, if they did not go to a PD, is there another zoning designation that would suffice?
They could rezone to commercial general and pursue a hotel development.
Okay. And I ask that because I'm just, maybe no surprise, a skeptic and somewhat of a critic of PDs citywide, and particularly in the historic district. So very interesting. Okay, thank you. I also just have one question about the vacate. I think probably for you, was there, and this is an unusual question, I know the answer, but I'm going to start asking it anyway. Is there any consideration or compensation exchanged associated with that transaction, assuming it were approved? And the concept is, it's a public asset that is being conveyed for private use. Is there any compensation to the city?
Great question. The only compensation would be the application fee that would be paid to process the vacating.
And is it ever discussed whether a reverter would be associated with it, even if it's decades and decades, just, you know, assuming that the need is presented with a PD, but some future vision hundreds of years from now, is that ever discussed?
I haven't heard it discussed.
Dana Crosby, Collier City Attorney's Office. Once the vacate is complete, the vacate is complete. If the city wishes to reserve any rights to that property, they would request an easement or some other right. Statement in the vacate.
Which could be done and still enable the development to occur.
I've never seen one
I know, I'm
come
out
through with
there.
a reverter because
I know,
you're
I'm out
gonna
there.
usually when we have, when people do a vacate, now they're gonna use that property in some way and they're gonna place something permanent on it. And so then you're not gonna be able to get financing, and I know I'm getting into my private sector hat for a moment, but it's very difficult to get financing when there's a lot of encumbrances upon the
Understood.
property.
We know nothing's permanent, but I appreciate it. I just wanted to flesh that out a little bit. So a couple of questions for the applicant. Thank you, Sam. Can you just focus us specifically, what is directly across from the loading bay? I mean, we know Bay Street has a
but
mix.
it's an office.
What's sort of directly across and left and right? Where are the residences?
The residences would all be west of Brevard. Everything, there you go. Everything on the north side of Bay within that whole expanse of a block is commercial.
So from Magnolia to Brevard is all commercial along
North side of
Bay?
Bay from Magnolia to Brevard, all commercial.
So the residences are west of Brevard?
Correct.
Okay. Have you had any communication with the owners directly adjacent, the commercial?
I'm sorry, somebody was talking behind me.
Have you had any communications with the owners that are directly adjacent, the commercial owners?
Directly across Bay to the north?
Directly
Yes.
across from the loading zone area?
Yes, the office building, if my pointer's working, immediately north as well as north and west.
Okay. Thanks. I appreciate it. I know back of house, someone said it's a necessary evil. It has to exist somewhere, and so someone's going to be stuck
Again, with that all being commercial office, that further lended itself to the
Sure.
appropriate place. And if that would have been residential, I think it would be a different calculus.
Okay. And, okay, thanks. We talked a lot about parking. I'm just drilling a little bit on things just to clarify. So the visitor parking for the residents is incorporated in your counts?
Correct. So the way the parking works is we've got the hotel use, and I think it was Ms. Ketchum that was asking about how that
Yep.
works. That includes those ancillary uses. Then separately, we looked at the residences that also has a visitor component as well. That increases that parking count. All of that is included, and we are above that standard.
Okay. Switching to the second restaurant that you said you converted to a grab and go, is the square footage the same, or did grab and go shrink it and now that square footage is repurposed
I will
in some way?
Defer to the architect on that one.
Okay.
Above my pay grade.
Yes, the square footage has been reduced and really significantly. We see this, again, grab and go has been used. It sounds like it's, as Addie described, this is to cover, folks getting a quick breakfast, lunch, that sort of thing. We have the outdoor terrace for them. We see it as something for 30 seats total.
So how did the larger square footage get repurposed? What is its use now?
There are some internal uses, back of house offices, those sorts of things that are happening there.
Okay, so it's not as if it's further gathering space. Okay, thank you. You also commented that you're going to direct traffic exiting from your Magnolia Porte-Cochere area north. Is that, you're going to make it a suggestion, or is city traffic in agreement that this will say left turn only?
So we have worked on that. What our plan is, and this will all be internal to the site, is to channelize it. A lot of times if you're, I think a great example is if you're in a commercial use on Dale Mabry, they'll only allow you to turn out to go to Dale Mabry, not back into the neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
That will be the case in here. It'll all be internalized. The city does not want that in the public right of way. So that's the plan there. Our other big discovery was when you really look at traffic flow, if you're trying to go north, that's easy. You just go up Magnolia, you've got numerous options. It's that southbound. And so what we discovered is if you can channelize out, and then this will involve hotel management, the valets being trained, what we want to do, and I think it works very well, is direct that traffic east on Bay. Then there is a dedicated south lane onto Bayshore. So if you are going south, you've got a direct shot down.
Let me come back to that.
Sure.
So just to clarify, city traffic is in alignment with some sort of traffic configuration or curbing or signage that would direct and not, would specifically direct the traffic to make that left turn?
Yes, my understanding that so long as it's not on public right of way. If it was on public right of way, they have an issue.
Okay. So then that leads me to the next. So for the traffic seeking to go westbound, they're going to exit, head north, and then they're likely to jump on Bay or maybe get to Deleon and then come. What did your traffic studies further suggest about your westbound traffic?
So, Steve is here.
I think the concern is that they're all going to find their way back over to Boulevard and Swan, but how are they getting there?
Well, this is Steve Henry, Links and Associates. I mean, again, when you say west, are you looking west of Kennedy? You know, going west, you're looking west
Let's
of
say
Swan?
the Magnolia visitor wants to head over into Hyde Park Village. So they would have wanted to exit and take Swan and head west, but now you're going to make them go north on Magnolia. So they're trying to get to Howard, let's say.
And if they're trying to get to Howard, I mean, obviously, you know, this is a grid system. So you have multiple east-west roads north of, whether it's Bay Street and keep going north, you have multiple ones that will get you over to Brevard, and then you go down and you may go on to Swan. So that's the good thing about this area in all of South Tampa, is that it is a grid system, and you have multiple ways to be able to get east and west.
No, it's a good grid system.
Right,
But
right.
it's going to, presumably, that traffic that wants to head west will end up on Brevard or on Boulevard, some of the neighborhood roads.
Well,
It's
Brevard is, I would, more of a commercial
Okay.
roadway, so that's.
Thank you.
Be sure. For South Boulevard, I take it, South Boulevard, not Brevard, but South Boulevard.
Boulevard, correct. The question was asked about staff parking. I understood that. Construction impacts. A question, I'm now way out of my pay grade on design, but when you showed on Brevard the porches that along that frontage, you showed porches that, if I heard you right, were meant to kind of soften that or break that up. To me, it added mass. It just looked crowded instead of eliminating them and gaining that setback, feeling more like the building was set back further. I don't know how material those porches are.
Yes, and great question. And
Yeah, that picture.
We pulled this one up because it shows some similar massing. And for us, we felt like it would be a better neighbor actually to step the building down with the porch elements. Something that, in Hyde Park, and then certainly in Ybor as a transition way down. And but it seemed like, I don't want to criticize the DeSoto building because it's gorgeous, but it would seem, to me, if it were set back further and had some sort of intermediary design element, it might even be more beautiful. So that's why we took that approach.
Okay, I'll welcome my
Yes,
architect
and-
experts to weigh in on that. I think that just, it struck me as not consistent with even the look of the rest of the building. Thank you, though. A couple of other questions. So, and now really just the interesting, a lot of feedback. I think we all want to be very respectful of how interested our community members are in the project. We're grateful that you apparently have met numerous times with some, maybe not with others, but it sounds like you've made a concerted effort and you've made adjustments to reflect that. And I know it's impossible to ever achieve complete harmony on something of this nature, but could you just could you comment on where you think the gap is, if there is any other adaptations that you could make to try to find some consensus with what I think we've heard are the primary concerns of the adjacent community members?
Yes, I'll try from an architect standpoint. I know we've got Addie and Truitt from a different viewpoint, maybe with regards more to traffic and things like that. I can tell you from where we started this process, things like the street parking, the loading and trash, the valet movements, those were all things that we were making some assumptions early on that after talking to folks in the neighborhood became abundantly clear we needed to find solutions for it. So, today we no longer have a second valet area that was over off of Brevard. We now don't have a curb cut off of Swan. We've wanted to actually have a positive parking count around the perimeter of our site and make it public versus something we reserve for the hotel, for example. And then having all of working out the design where all of the parking to the project is accessible off of Magnolia and then via valet, so it's highly controlled. Really, all those things evolved during that conversation. And something that maybe hasn't been talked about enough, now we've talked about, also the additional property that is something the developer is going to, or the owner is going to make available. It's sort of like they're going out of their way in a way that you've heard a few people speak about them, how they operate in other locations, that they want this to be a success. They want it to be a good neighbor. They want all those things to happen. And so they're willing to reach into their pocket at great expense to make that happen. But I also wanted to add that when I look at that area, born and raised in Tampa, drive through and visiting various things in the area, especially to the north and east, it really is kind of an open grid. There are lots of vacant properties and so on. But the grid, as Steve was saying, is very healthy. It's highly connected. There's great connector streets that get you to Platt Street and Cleveland, the pairs. You can get there by Plant and by South Boulevard. So it's very well connected. And the other thing that hasn't been mentioned is I've been really going over there quite a bit, and especially when you think of when most of the demand is, which is night and weekends. Streets like De Leon, when there's not school in session, it's 40 feet wide, just like Magnolia is, and there's parallel parking available on both sides of those streets. And just doing a head count, it seems like from the intersection of Bay and Magnolia, this is what a nerd I am, counting cars over there, is from there to Azeel, there's over 130 parallel parking spaces. And once you get away from Bay Street a block, it seems like the majority of the properties fronting all of that, they're offices in historic houses, or it's school or church. So it seems like there's a vast amount of parking that's in the neighborhood for neighbors as well. So just wanted to say that it's not as constricted as someplace we've worked.
I appreciate it. I see Mr. Gardner's up, but I'm going to move on. And just in the spirit of time, I just have one last question, which is really about responding to the staff concerns. I find the staff recommendations always very compelling.
Yes.
I find that the staff go out of their way to try to find their way to a consensus to support programs, and for them to have such a strong objection to this, but yet reflect that I think, in Ron's words, we're not quite there, but feels like they can get there. What's preventing you from getting there and achieving some consensus with the staff. That's where I would place my most prominent interest is to have alignment there.
Yes, it's a great question, and if I could, I would, if I could return to the slide I'm on right now. Myself and staff, we've been working together for, I don't know, 25, maybe more years, it seems like. I was on the ARC for 6 years and so on. And so we have a wonderful staff. It's never been, never been healthier, let's say, in terms of their oversight of what they're doing. And I think on this, I just have maybe when I put my planner's hat on, traditional neighborhood planning hat, I have a different opinion. And so when you look at this diagram that I pulled up, the fact that really the location of our site, and one of the reasons why we had this graphic, is that when you take, this is an urban infill project. It's in a traditional neighborhood development. If this site were pushed in 3 or 4 blocks into the interior, I don't think it would be appropriate. And I think perhaps that staff is viewing it more as a broader critique of the project than where it stands today. And so I bring this up because when you move with a traditional neighborhood and you move it out to major boulevards like we're at, you naturally have a step up in demand, public use, building types change, and they get taller. Because they get more valuable, of course, and it's just a more popular location for concentration of activity. And so when we look at the district, we see it happening down at Howard and Bayshore. We've got a 10-story historic hotel, used to be a hotel, and then a 21-story condominium building. And then at the opposite end, up north, we have a 10-story, really a fairly vast 370-unit luxury apartment project that's at that point. And so it seems like with the convergence of collector roads and our location with respect to Bayshore, that it seems appropriate. And going back to, kind of quickly to our precedents. So I would maintain, and we've kind of joked with staff about this, that the buildings that we know and love, these 2 examples, and then I could flip quickly to Seville, the Seville in the middle, in the heart of the district at 6 stories, would have a really difficult time being approved today, because it's like, you ask yourself why. I think it's because there is so much poor development and poor design that we're gun shy. But when things are done sensitively, when there's a consensus, people are asking these questions, we're going to continue to develop the plan, you can come up with these buildings that actually work, and then you go, oh yeah, we used to do it that way.
No, understood. We'll move on. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I thank you.
Stephen, I have one question. If you could pull up, because I think it'll be part of the discussion, the kind of wide shot of the southeast corner, the southeast view, not just the corner, just kind of the overall.
Okay, the overall, yeah. Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Could you just kind of briefly talk about not only how you are breaking up the massing by the horizontals, but also the verticals, maybe with the balconies and those locations?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah, it's important, as the architects know, to be able to do it 3-dimensionally in all directions, vertical, horizontally, and so on. And I was mentioning that we didn't invent any of these techniques, but they're sort of ancient techniques, and that is provide a strong base on a building, a middle section, and then break down also where it meets the sky. And so it's a scale, it's a scale strategy to break down the mass of a building. And so as we move on up, as you can see along Magnolia, we're actually, as we get up to the 2 taller floors, we bring in more glass and more fenestration to lighten that up, to lighten the upper 2 floors. And when you look at the elevations on Bay, the entire story is that. It's much more windows molded together to, again, lighten it and bring the scale of the building down. The porches are another element. The more that we have carved in porches like we have along Swan, they create a breakdown of the facade. They also create vertical elements you can kind of see with the shadows that they cause. And there's a cadence of those that break down the length, the apparent length of the building. So I wish we could say that we invented these things, but these have been around for 1,000 years. So we're trying to incorporate all of that to help bring the scale of this building down. So the stepping in, the articulation, probably a greater degree of openings and fenestration in the building to help make it less material, in a way, describing it, and taking things like porch elements really kind of help with that, along with the stepping.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess this will be for Truett. Can you go over the list of waivers that you have included in this PD?
Sure.
Actually, I can kind of start and then Drew can kind of fill in. Addie Clark,
that's
400
fine.
North Ashley Drive. If I could have this screen up, please. Thank you. So we do have a couple of waivers, and that is just the price of doing business in kind of an area where we do have a bit more of a suburban code. So kind of starting on the first one for the loading spaces. So the city requires one 12 by 30 space and one 12 by 60 space, but we're having two 12 by 30 spaces in addition to the solid waste area that I think Stephen had shown earlier. So that is a waiver that we have, but again, box trucks will serve the site, and as you saw, I think showing really well is those renderings where those boxes can fit entirely within that loading zone and be screened very beautifully, the most beautiful loading and trash I've ever seen. So that's loading there. And then going into trees, we do have the request for removal of a C8 tree that's located on the eastern boundary of the site. Right now, as it exists today, that tree is abutting right up next to one of the existing buildings. And so we are actually planting bigger and better quality trees than exist today. Again, I know I mentioned about the multiple 10-inch trees that frame the building and restore the canopy. So though we are removing trees that are on site today, we're planting a whole bunch, as you saw, and we're giving them more room. I'm not an arborist or a landscape architect, but it was described to me as more room to breathe, so they'd be more viable and be able to grow a lot larger, and they'll be planted larger immediately as well. Then going into the next one, this is a very, very common waiver that we see. So something that code requires right now or says that is not allowed is commercial access to a local roadway being defined such as Bay Street and Magnolia. But as we have seen, there's currently commercial access on Bay Street and Magnolia. So that is just a waiver because we are going in and doing a PD. We have to ask for that again, even though we do currently have access off of both of those streets for a non-residential use.
Interrupt you for 1 second.
Sure.
Define commercial.
So non-residential.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my question is, what is the existing commercial? You just referenced that there's existing commercial entering the site there. What is that?
Yep, so there's currently the office uses that are on our site today. So various office uses, I know, for leasing offices and such like that.
So you're saying a pickup truck for a leasing office, we're equating those to the same thing as box trucks? Is that what we're doing, or what are we doing?
So the code actually, it just says allow commercial access, so it doesn't really define access via a particular vehicle type.
Or maybe to add there,
Yeah.
That's not for the loading. Basically what that is you don't get credit for existing commercial uses. So we've got medical office, we've got office. And so when you do a PD, you have to ask all over again for it. And so basically what that's saying is those local streets are deemed to be for residential purposes only. So even though we're serving commercial And even though on the north side of Bay is only commercial, we still have to ask for the waiver.
So if you were coming in off of Magnolia, you wouldn't have to ask for this?
We would still have to ask for it because Magnolia is a local street.
So Swan would be the only one that you could come in off of?
Correct.
Got it.
And then the last one here is for vehicle use area, which is VUA, and that is required to be 8 feet by code, and we're reducing that to 3 feet along Magnolia, enabled in order to have space for that porch feature. But as we said before, we are having 2 10-inch trees on the northeast corner of the site and then the southeast corner of the site, as well as we will have greenery along there and then all throughout the frontage. But that did need to be reduced in order to provide for that porch feature.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know, Sam, this may be for you, but somebody who can explain to me the FEMA impacts of this proposed development.
St. Thomas Development Coordination, could you say that again?
The FEMA impacts.
FEMA impacts. I cannot explain to you FEMA impacts. I'm very sorry.
That's fine. Which consultant can explain that?
This presentation. Yes, we have that exhibit that was showing the height that's required by FEMA.
So that's the entire impact, is you just have to build up to that?
Yes, so we do. We build up to that required elevation, and then also for a portion of the building, we're in an area that has low wave impact area, the Linois line it's called.
Yep.
So I think it was said earlier by Mr. Grimminger that in major storms, all bets are off in terms of trying to retain water on the site only in vaults. That would happen, but also we would have basically water that would enter into the garage at that ground level. And it would enter in and then have the ability to exit.
That's fine. Really, where I was really going was, is there any impact or compensation you had to do? Forget raising your building height, and you're gonna have to use piles and things like that.
Yes.
But is there any kind of neighborhood compensation you have to do related to FEMA requirements?
Right, not with regards to the neighborhood, but with regards to basically our site, and then also the flow-through design does have the neighbors in mind, because rather than providing a wall or a barrier that would divert water, storm waters on our neighbors, this is how it is residentially as well as commercially, we would take that water into the building rather than divert it onto the neighbors.
Okay. Okay, Truett, I think your team is up again for these next questions. So you did your speaking tour.
Yes.
In that speaking tour, did you guys do a questionnaire about, my big question is, what feedback did you get from residents and business owners on what was the appropriate height for this building? In their mind, what was compatible?
So that has ranged from you should stick to 35 feet to we feel that this is appropriate, and perhaps even greater height on Magnolia is appropriate. So all things in between, I would say no general consensus.
Okay. Okay, let's see. All right. And why hasn't the comp plan that we recommended for approval, why hasn't that gone to city council yet?
So again, I think you know the slide. See if I can quickly get back to it. The one with our path.
Oh.
I think I'm good.
I think you're going.
Sorry. Here we go. So really it has to do with the ARC. So if you look far left is when we had to go in front of you for the recommendation on that comp plan amendment. And then if you look to the, I assume that's your right, I know it's my right, to the right of the where we are, is where we have the comp plan amendment, the vacating, and the rezoning lined up. So what I was describing before, which obviously I didn't do a good job for you, is what we didn't want is for this comp plan amendment to go through, which basically gives us a blank check on increased density, new uses. Meanwhile, we're negotiating in good faith with the neighbors on this is going to be limited to these uses, these are our setbacks, this is the size, this is the way the restaurant will work. So what we wanted to prevent and why a PD was necessary is so we could have those discussions with them. And then at that hearing where you see the city council hearing where all three of those applications are lined up, the promises we've made are in fact given in the form of that PD.
Okay. One more question for you. We keep talking about the Herod off-site parking, and I heard the word explore. Is this a contracted option, or explore means it's a possibility?
So, great question. A lot of times when we do these types of negotiations with somebody like Herod, it's because I'd say 9 times out of 10, we're parking deficient. And so we need to get that additional parking through the form of a lease.
Sure.
Here, we're overparked. And so my conversations with Chad were, if this doesn't proceed, we're not going to need your parking. But if you would, 1, are you interested? The answer to that was yes. 2, do you have anything in your current leases that obligates those spaces after hours and on weekends to your tenants? And the answer to that was no. And so basically, it's a conversation they want to have, but there's no reason for the conversation if this isn't going to.
So you deemed it a viable option?
Yes, and we do have a letter to that effect.
Okay, all right, that's good, that's what I wanted. Okay, that's enough for you, thank you very much. Can I, Stephen? If you would
You're
put
up on the
up
hot seat.
All right.
There's enough for everybody. Will you put up the rendering that's coming from west looking east, showing the existing bungalow, the historic bungalow?
Let's have Addie drive. She's the only good driver.
Yes. I'll make you dizzy.
And my first question is, I know we see the overall picture from the southeast. Did you by chance have a rendering from the intersection of Boulevard and Swan to see how big this looks from that?
Boulevard and Swan,
The first
no,
major
but
intersection west.
that's easy for us to produce. It may, it may foreshorten some because we're studying so much from Swan looking up, looking west.
I would tell you that would be the second view. That would be the major view.
Yes.
There's a lot of people at the intersection. All right, so we'll picture this. We see what this looks like. Now show me the site plan, that one that shows all the different stories.
Yes.
Sorry. And my question comes, is you're showing surface parking lot, and you're saving this bungalow because you know you have to save the bungalow, and you're finding the use for it.
Yeah.
But have you ever explored relocating this bungalow off-site so that you could potentially lower the overall building?
That's a fabulous question, and no, we have, at least my side of the team has not. We know that it is within the ARC, it's always preferable, right, to keep it in its location or to keep it somewhere close by, and so I don't know if that has been explored, but
the reason I bring it up is surface parking is the most inefficient use of space, especially on a high intensity use like this. And I will tell you that it sure seems like it's the scale of the building that's giving everybody heartburn. So if you could reduce the scale of the building, it might be a solution that's a middle road. By all means, no one wants anything to be done to that building, but it is, someone else, another commissioner mentioned that it will be below the new floodplain maps. So something's gonna have to be done to it anyway. So that was just a question. We can move on from there. All right, so while we're looking at this, early testimony, you mentioned the west side, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it originally, when you came before us for the comp plan, that it was 5 and 6 stories, and now you've reduced it to 4 to 5 stories on the west side. Am I remembering that right?
yes.
Okay. Back when you came to us on comp plan, what else has changed? And when I mean changed, I mean minimized or gone away based on your process. I appreciate what you've done on curb cuts and everything like that, but I'm speaking specifically mass and scale. What have you taken away that you can show me?
We've taken away program to the amenity structure, one of the floors.
Unless it's square footage that's gone away, I don't really care about what's inside the building. Like
Gotcha.
what square footage, what mass has gone away?
Yes, it was square footage of the entire ground floor. We took that function away and just lowered the building down. There was a...
So the building height has been reduced?
Yes, building height.
By how
is,
many feet?
By a full floor, so 12 feet. So it was 5 floors before at Brevard and Bay Street, that element.
Okay.
And then it's been lowered a full floor. Yes.
All right, so in that area, where
Yes.
else in the building?
In terms of square footage of the units, it was essentially taken from the west-facing area, same amount of square footage, and taken and put in a more appropriate location on the east side. I'm trying to think if there were any more reductions. There were reductions in square footage of restaurant space.
But
for
taken
instance.
up by something else?
Taken
So
up
not a
by something
reduction.
else, or a 2-story volume, or something like that.
Again, I'm looking for mass and scale because that is really the crux of this whole thing.
And I can give, perhaps it's a colder, more unvarnished answer to that, but we did go back to our client with that, and basically what he said is for this to be commercially viable, when you look at that Epicurean example is a good one, which has more rooms, if you were to reduce it, the project doesn't work. So then the charge was, what can you do architecturally? What we were hearing, mostly as you heard tonight, traffic-related parking issues, to solve that and bring that intensity down and solve for those. And so that was our charge, and that's the way we went about trying to solve it, just to be totally candid and honest.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, minor issue, but again, trying to find every foot that counts. Your roof, just looking at one of your elevations, it looked like it was 15 feet in height. Is there a functional reason for that, or is that just proportion, eyeball test, that you think it looks great?
It's a great question. In fact, that roof, I can see the pitch of that coming down. And we haven't adjusted it yet, but we can see it coming down to more of the pitch of more of a Mediterranean building. Right now, I believe it's like 9 and 12 would come down to 5 and 12, something like that, and bring that height down.
Okay.
Because it's really not doing anything positive.
Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna go back to that bungalow, the southwest corner, the townhomes. I know you got the DFE. All I'm asking is that westernmost townhome, which is gonna be the least differential between existing grade and DFE, what is that differential, plus or minus?
Yes, so it's 7 feet as it stands, but then we have been wanting to do this 2-foot retaining wall to raise the grade between the townhouse and the sidewalk. So we'd like to see that more at 5 feet.
Okay, so it will be 7, but architecturally, you're hoping it
Yes.
presents at 5 feet. Okay, gotcha.
Wait, so that means that the end townhome is how much higher, the finished floor at the end townhome is how much higher than the bungalow?
So it's at elevation 14. The bungalow, I wish I knew exactly, but if it's sitting on ground that's 8, and it looks to be about 30 inches, so it's probably about 10.5 feet. So just ballpark 3.5 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up to that
Go ahead.
concept? So maybe this is a staff question. If I thought your idea was really interesting, by the way, because I'm troubled by this historic property being there and kind of left on its own, to its own, relative to the future flooding and whatnot. So I'm curious, if the PD were to proceed forward, how does it treat that existing structure? Is there any sort of imposition that the existing structure has to meet the new DFE or BFE? Would it have a requirement to be lifted or protected in some way?
Just speaking as an architect, and maybe Truett and Addie can speak otherwise, but unless it's altered, and this is a good point, if it is relocated, so I've done this with a little cottage, it does have to be raised to FEMA's elevation. And you know, on the point of it being there, we really felt that having that space there and having it as a preserve, we liked what it was doing in terms of pushing the largest part of the building back away from the neighborhood. So we thought it was a good point. Both we're stepping down in both elevation of the building, and in plan we're reducing building that's facing the neighbors. So we felt like in plan it was an interesting approach, and it's not a lot different from when we did the current phase, or the last phase of Epicurean Hotel, that we loved having the two apartment buildings, the historic apartment buildings, because we could set the garage back behind them and have them as really the frontage to hide that functional use. And so here we actually like having the historic component, but it's a great thought about that.
Okay, are there any other questions?
I do have one other question, just panning back now. So knowing that we're not decision makers, we're making a recommendation. And I called out, or I noticed that in the staff report, the staff noted a condition for consideration, that presuming if this moved forward as a PD, the desire to enable the ARC staff or the ARC the ability to adjust setbacks and height up to 10%. Can you comment on that? Would you find that acceptable as a condition? What's your reaction?
I don't believe that would have to be a condition.
I think
that would be a separate motion.
Gotcha. Just what we heard.
I'm just curious what your response is. It's noted in the staff report. No one spoke of it, including staff. So I want to bring it to the fore to just understand your position on it. I'm not imposing it as a condition.
No,
I'm curious what your response is to staff.
It was fair. Ron may have something different to say, but that was a recommendation that they put forward that we discussed with them and we looked at internally. And should that be the pleasure of the board, we would be willing to accept that.
Our position is that we worked with them for long and hard to get to this point. And when I stated we were not there yet, this gives you the wiggle room to allow that if you put this note on the plans moving forward to council, that we continue to develop this and try to carve out additional square footage in there, vertical and horizontal, to bring down that massing. So I think that's kind of the saving grace for us moving forward.
Understood. I just wanted to get their response to that.
I'll just
Thank
add
you.
to that. Typically in a rezoning, the cake isn't as baked as this is. And I think it was a fair point of Ron's, because we are going to have to go right back to you, should this be successful, for a certificate of appropriateness. And I do think that allows the flexibility to adjust there. And then I think, Mr. Kipton, your question on the height of the roof, bringing that down, I think that would be the time to do that. We're basically looking at worst case scenario, because if we changed it again, we'd have to go right back to you and then bring it down.
I was just taking the temperature. Thank you.
So Mr. Gardner, so the setbacks could be not as severe as they are now, and you would still reach your economic requirement of 150 some odd rooms.
That's going to be the job of Stephen Smith and not mine. But he understands that is the case.
Yes, and the architects on the board noted, you swallow hard because especially with the vertical, the 10% vertically, is a little more challenging because it may take a floor off the building, right? So anyway, I just want to throw that out, that it is easier horizontally than it is vertically, perhaps, unless it has something to do with roof forms and other things. But we would work our hardest to figure it out.
Okay.
Dennis, did you have something?
No.
Okay. I see no other questions from the commissioners. Truitt, you have 5 minutes for oh, did he reserve 20?
He did reserve some time. We did take a couple of minutes off of the 25 minutes he requested, so 23 minutes.
I think you guys have done such a good job with your line of questioning that you've covered a lot of it in my rebuttal. I've had the privilege of coming in front of you guys for 28 years and joke to myself as I always do my best work unopposed. This is not one of those situations. And I just wanted to say, agree with Keith Grimminger that change is hard. And I appreciate the passion and respect those that came out in opposition, and want to let you know that we have, with Ms. O'Brien, for instance, have had numerous conversations with her and with anybody that would be willing to talk. And we have tried to our fullest extent to listen and to answer and to provide relief where we can. Likewise, I'm absolutely humbled by the support. It's much easier to come to you and to City Council and oppose a project than it is to come and support one. So humbled in particular by Mary Lou Bailey and Barry Carpe. They have been not pushovers. They've been tough to negotiate with, but they've been fair and they've been reasonable, and we're humbled that they support the project. Omar Butt, a Londoner who's fallen in love with Tampa, and he reached out to me, heard about the project, and said, how can I come support this? Tampa needs more things like these. Steve Barnes, we had our last meeting at Kate Jackson. I got a call from Addie saying, I just met this really scary guy, and he told me that he is going to do everything in his power to shoot this project down. And so we started the meeting. I went to Steve and I said, Steve, if you would just have an open mind and listen, I respect you for whatever your opinion is at the end. And for him to turn to a greatest opponent, to a greatest supporter, means a lot to us, and respect him for his open-mindedness. Keith Grimminger, obviously his long history in Tampa, his expertise and wisdom, and his proximity to this project, we really respect him and his willingness to come and support. And then finally, Linda Salsina, for her love of architecture, her passion for Tampa, and her conclusion that this development is not only appropriate, but it's beautiful and it should be supported. So just wanted to say to them how much we appreciate them, and I know it's hard to put yourself out there in support. And then just to address a couple of issues, I think it was said on a reluctance for PDs. On that, if we would have gone the route of CG, that opens us up to a lot of uses that, quite frankly, would not have been fair to open these neighbors to. So going through that PD process allows us to limit it to these uses and to, again, deliver on the promises that we've been working with people. Secondly, as I think Mary Lou mentioned, it provided that forum for us to be able to negotiate hours of operation, things like that would serve as mitigating factors. And so I know I'm not a huge fan of PDs because it involves a lot more research on our end on what do they prove, but there are situations where they're appropriate, and I think that this is one. It's a special and unique project. Then lastly, or not lastly, second to last, on some of the primary concerns that we heard, and I think you guys did a great job in asking your questions. But parking, what we strive there, we heard that. That led to the conversation of making that valet parking free. Again, with Mary Lou, with Barry, with others, on being open to work with the city on finding some sort of residential parking permit solution. I want to commit to the record that we are fully supportive of that. And then lastly, in buildings of this scale, I don't think I've had any in my career where we've actually been over-parked. We're always coming in saying we do have this suburban code, we need a reduction. We heard that loud and clear that we need to take that pressure off, and so we worked hard to do it, and that comes with a cost. Ride sharing we mentioned, Again, that's not considered at all, but I think that is an important consideration. And then, surprised we didn't hear about it more, but stormwater, that was one of the first things that we looked into, studied it hard, and the conclusion that I feel comfortable with, and I think our whole team feels comfortable with, is that it's much better to have a comprehensive solution and redevelop this site as it is, A, to have the current situation of what's there with these non-compliant parking lots, or B, to have this block, if it is to be redeveloped, and I think it will, to be redeveloped piecemeal. Then lastly, back to your purview, and again, respect Dennis and Ron. Stephen mentioned 25 years. I think I've been about the same amount of time. And but I do think what's important, Stephen mentioned it, is directly applying code. Do you always get a good output, or is this more about sense of place? And I think it was Keith that said this is a gateway to Hyde Park, and perhaps a building like this that has more scale, has more height, is appropriate in these gateway type situations. And then lastly, the massing, and Dennis and Ron, feel free to correct me if I misspeak here, but I think one of the things that they were challenged with is the fact that this is a single structure with the exception of the historic bungalow. Again, another reason why we kept the bungalow. But I think what's missing in that is if this wasn't a single structure and it was a development, let's say it's the same development that's done in multiple buildings where you truly can break that up, this parking has to go somewhere. And so you're gonna end up with a parking garage segregated from the rest of the building. So we thought that this was the best solution to bring that parking in so you don't see it at all. And I think even some of the questions on the townhomes, how do you do trash? All of that is because the innards of this that you don't see, take that off of the street, take it out of view. And so we felt like that was the best solution. And yes, it does make the massing bigger, and yes, it does create a single structure, but I think that's a much better solution than a standalone parking garage to service this. And then lastly, I'll conclude, and I think Stephen might want to talk a little bit more and close on the meeting of the scale and the massing and the work that he's done. But for our client, Mr. Schlesinger, he's a hotel guy, he's a multifamily guy. When he started assembling some of these parcels, I think what he developed was a vision that it wasn't the appropriate thing to do in other apartment complex here. And given his experience at Brazilian Court, where you have a hotel that works seamlessly with literally single family structures all around it, that he was willing to put forward this project and this vision. And I know that he respects you for you and your time, and hope you can share in that same vision. And with that, I'll let Stephen conclude.
Thanks, Truett did such a great job. And I've spoken so much tonight, I don't really feel I should add really much to that. I do want to just reiterate that that especially these historic hotels, and you know, Tampa only has a couple of them, but Palm Beach has several of them. I'm thinking of the Colony, I'm thinking of the Biltmore, and then Coral Gables, the Biltmore. They're always prominent and buildings that seem overscaled, but properly broken down architecturally, and if all of the inner workings, the things that impact the neighborhood, are dealt with creatively, then they can become these livable buildings that those buildings are. And all the examples I mentioned are surrounded by houses. I just personally, I would say I live a 5-minute walk from the Epicurean, and it really is, it's almost like a clubhouse for our neighborhood. It's, you know, probably 3 times a week or more, we're there, we're meeting friends there, we're having brunch, my daughter's engagement party was there, on and on. These are wonderful neighborhood and community buildings, and I want to point out that, and I also drive to and from work on Howard through the Epicurean project on both sides of the street with Burns every day, and I've never sat in backed up traffic. I just want to say that as a resident nearby for the record, but we would work tirelessly to make this project something that would be an asset for the neighborhood and the community, a lovable building. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, at this point, we're going to close the public portion of the hearing and move on to discussion. And before we start that, Dana, just quick clarification. The potential add-on to the recommendation was brought up.
Yes.
So let's make sure we get the format right.
Sure. So you have three, you're going to actually have three motions at the end of your debate. One motion will be to recommend approval or not recommend approval of the vacate.
Right.
Another motion will be to recommend or not recommend approval of the PD rezoning. And then third motion will be the motion to ask the city council to, if they determine that the PD should be approved, that a note be added to the PD to allow the ARC that flexibility of the 10%. And I have, Dennis and I worked on language today, so I have that for whoever wants to make that motion.
Got it. All right, perfect. Thank you very much.
So I'll put it right here.
Okay, so floor is open.
I'll start. You know, I had, before the meeting, you know, read the letters of, that we had received from the public, and really wasn't sure, you know, where I was going to be in this. But I, you know, I think that the architect, Cooper Johnson, did a really, really good job of breaking this down. In making it and making it so that the, you know, obviously, you know, the lower stories are on the west side, higher on the east side, and how they stepped it in, and you know, that as just for blocks in themselves, but then kept breaking it down further by, you know, the base, the middle, the crown, and then the horizontal, the verticals that Stephen was speaking of, and so it's this great quilt of forms and masses that I think are that really respond to the neighborhood and what's across from it at the Bank of Tampa. You know, it will become, as I see, you know, a destination point for people in the neighborhood and beyond. You know, I can see that this being a great walking destination for folks. You know. And we've been referencing the Epicurean. You know, my firm was the architect on the Epicurean, and so we've worked really hard at solving these kinds of problems, and now seeing how that I think, you know, biasly, but that it was successful, and how. The impact on the neighborhood was really thoughtful in what happened there, and I see the same kinds of thoughtfulness in this project.
We have sat here for the last 3 months that I've been a part of this, 4 months, and in every single meeting have said we have to protect Bayshore Boulevard and the view that's on it. And this structure is very visible from Bayshore Boulevard, and it is huge. The view, a couple of the renderings they put up actually made the Bank of Tampa building look small. The 3-story structure to the north of that, just on the other side of Swan, as you drive on Bayshore now, looks like a large building, and then their renderings look like it was my house. And then the bungalow that they're keeping, it looks even bigger. So it just looks like we put a white elephant right on Bayshore Boulevard, and I understand that there's progress, and somebody said we're putting a 20-pound building in a 10-pound bag. numerous people have said this is the gateway to Hyde Park, and I just don't know if this is the proper representation to the gateway to Hyde Park. If you want to do a project like this, the architect actually said, northeast of this project are a lot of open properties. Well, then move it 2 blocks north. You put it there. It's outside the historic district, and we can't say anything about it. It'll fit in just perfect. So that's just my opinion.
I think that since the demise of the old colonnade, there have been very few public spaces that are accessible to those of us who don't live in Hyde Park along Bayshore. And so this does provide a very valuable possibility. That being said, it is probably difficult to swallow, and it's very difficult for us on the ARC to deal with those edge conditions where the district meets another sort of another set of rules. It's extremely difficult. The PD seems to allow us the kind of flexibility that that allows us to treat these edge areas a little bit more effectively. But I believe that there's been a great deal of work, really good and valuable work on the building. But I'm extremely hesitant to go against the staff's recommendation. But I know that there is a process here, and that it really is, whether appropriately or not, it's really about what happens at the city council. But in this commission, I feel that we are charged with standing up for, the regulations established for the historic district. So I will support the staff's recommendation, but I will be glad to see the project come back if it gets by the city council.
I just want to add one more thing. There was a previous case that got approved as a PD before I was part of this, and it came back in front of us for appropriateness, and it felt like we were handcuffed a lot because it had been zoned as a PD. For a project this large, I'd hate to see that happen again.
So I'll offer my response on this, and I'm just, as I commented before, both on the vacate and on the PD, I'm just inherently critical and skeptical about them, particularly as our charge from a historic preservation perspective. This project introduces a whole slate of opportunity. I actually, I appreciate what's getting done here or what's being proposed here. I think it would be a lovely addition. I think doing it on a macro scale, which I know sounds counterintuitive to what I just said, but the notion of doing it at that macro scale in a planned way makes perfect sense, largely for stormwater and some of the utility-related matters. But I think I echo your sentiment, which is I'm struggling to go against staff's recommendation and so many of the community responses, although interestingly mixed. But it'll be a struggle for me to make a recommendation in support. I'm curious what any of the others say.
So it is very difficult, and I don't want any of the public to think that we don't take the charge, any of us, whether we vote for or against, not seriously. And we're all vested in what happens to Hyde Park, to all the historic area, trying to be sensitive to what our charge is, listen to both the folks who are against it as well as the folks who are for it. you know, the younger gentleman who said, well, this is exactly what I want in Hyde Park, is a place that I can go to and have drinks and dinner and maybe one day live in the condos. So it's a very difficult charge. There were some statements in the letters that seem to indicate that maybe we don't take that charge seriously, and I just want to say we all take it seriously. It's just a difference on how we view the charge that we're given and the elements that were presented to make a decision on. Generally, I have some inklings of that I'm troubled by, that, you know, the setbacks are so close to the street. You know, the wider sidewalks would be great for the neighbors, for the dog walkers and all that. I am compelled that the stormwater system is a much better thing to be built rather than individual buildings that are not going to deal with this very sensitive corner of Hyde Park. I do like the stepping back of the mass. I am troubled that somebody could come and build a 60-foot condo on that piece of property and put something way up in the sky, much bigger, you know, than what's being proposed. I would not be in favor of that. So all in all, there's pros, you know, for and against in my mind. But generally, I would say I would be in favor of it. I do think that the parking needs to continue to be worked on, despite if you get the PD if these owners are really going to be good neighbors, continue to figure it out. It's not going to be an easy thing. Even if there was a large condo here, I agree there would be parking issues. And unfortunately, there's already been a change in the zoning that allows it to be other than a single-story home or homes on this piece of property. So in my mind, it's going to be something. And I'd rather have a cohesive building that is going to read better with the neighborhood and the district as a whole. And I find that there are various buildings in the district that, as you look through, will read, you know, there's going to be high intensity and then lower intensity and high intensity and lower intensity. And unfortunately, that's right up against other historic homes, you know, in all of these areas. I'm sure even the Epicurean, as beautiful as it is, the neighbors, you know, were not pleased that there was going to be that building there, but eventually everybody kind of got used to what was happening there. And I just find that within the historic district, there is a pattern of this type of building, type of mass, and I would vote in favor of it, with the proviso of the 10%. And if we could eke out a little bit more percentage, I would be happy with that as well.
For the record, you mentioned you would hate to see a 60-foot condo. This is taller than that.
Well, I would hate for just a straight building up in the air.
Gotcha.
With none of the porches.
Sure.
And people coming in and out at the same time every day is really what I find objectionable about having a condo on this piece of property, because I think it would affect Gory and the children coming to and from school. I think that a hotel has, I agree with one statement. There was somebody who said would have less of an impact on the neighborhood. I agree with that.
Can we ask council an additional question? Or we don't have to open?
Yeah. What is your question?
Well, my question, you sort of went there, which was if, hearing what our direction was on motions around the vacate and the rezoning, and then a third motion that essentially attaches conditions to presumably a recommendation of approval of the rezoning. How are we limited on those conditions, or can we be more specific, extensive in a way, to your point, which is assuming it makes its way through and assuming city council were to endorse or embrace more specifically a series of conditions that would.
That could work both ways. If you're specific, you don't give the designer enough leeway to do anything, you don't give staff enough leeway to do anything, and I think you'd be more prone to this thing not.
Well, I think where I'm going is that there seems to be a general sentiment with the concept is sound, but it's too big. It's just big. So whether it's a greater degree of latitude on a reduction of height and scale or any other elements that could be introduced to not over-prescribe, but still convey our concern and our interest in a little more control.
So keep in mind, the applicant has other options. They don't have to go to city council on November 13th. If they really listen, they can adjust their plan and they can go with another plan. They can come back to us. With that being said, they've got a great team. I appreciate what you guys have done. They've made, I think, very responsive changes to the site. I think they, again, I have no question it'll be a beautiful building in a traditional sense. Cooper Johnson's one of the best firms for that kind of design. I feel very comfortable with all that. Ultimately, it is a programmatic issue that there's an investment being made and the owner needs to make a decision about if the project can work or not work. I personally think it needs a little bit more massaging from a mass and scale. It is very difficult for us because we're making decisions based on historical integrity and appearance, right? It's not a checklist. It's a very ambiguous term. So we're gonna get 50% of those people in this room think we did a horrible thing and 50% think we did okay. I voted for the comp plan change. I live in the neighborhood. I would love to have a restaurant right down the street. The whole program works for me. I think it's too big. I think it's too tall. I think it's too big. I think there are still other options that can be done to change it. Is 10% enough? I don't know. Again, we're not designers up on this project. I think there's other things they could do to bring it down into scale. It would result in less square footage being developed. Mr. I can't remember what his name is, but the owner is gonna have to make a decision. Is that a make or break deal?
Well, it seems to me like the applicant and the city are both open to trending towards that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I, for one, on these kind of cases, I'm for it, except staff is not for it. And when I'm on that thin line, I'm gonna side with staff because I just think it could be a little bit. I think it could be a little bit more in scale, and then it does become a crown jewel for the east side of Hyde Park. It has every opportunity to do that. City council, they're gonna vote whichever way they're gonna vote. But for the integrity of this board and for what we're standing for, I don't see any reason that we have to compromise. Let city council compromise if they're gonna compromise. I like the other motion for 10%. Like I said, I don't know if 10% is enough to bring it into scale or not, but I think it's a fair, it's a fair starting point.
Agreed.
That's all I've got. So, does anybody like to present a motion?
That's too complicated.
Commissioners, if I could suggest that you start with the variance, or I'm sorry, the
For
vacating.
vacating the alleyway, that's right.
Get my V's, it's getting a little late. The vacating motion, and we can
Yep.
kind of work from there.
Good idea. Yeah, let's start with the vacation. It's a recommendation. Commissioner Myers, looks like you're doing it.
I need to get the vacate up here.
You're doing recommendation to city council. Oh, you're looking for that?
Okay, wait. Oh, here it is.
Oh, you got it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Move to recommend City Council approve ARC 25-0000227, vacate 25-08 for the property located at, and we have a long list of properties here. Do I, no, okay. At 613 South Magnolia Avenue, 601 and 611 West Swan Avenue, 612 and 614 West Bay Street, and 611 South Magnolia Avenue. For the proposed vacation, for reasons that, and now I need to go to the, this is a reasonable land use change to the extent necessary. Is that all? Can I get away with that? That this is a reasonable land use change, given that the
Remainder of the alley was
Right.
vacated 100 years ago.
yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Seeing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Against?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 5-1. Are you gonna, is there a motion somebody would like to propose? For the second case, anyone?
You're not even looking up. Nope.
Well, I don't know that.
Well, I
No,
have-
no, not that one. We're
That's
looking
not-
for
that's
the
the other one.
case. It's a recommendation. This is the rezone. All right.
So move to recommend city council approve, deny. I mean, it seems to me like the majority.
This is your, this is your.
I know. And I think it's gonna be shot down, so I think somebody who wants to deny it, right?
Okay.
Oh.
I'll make a move to recommend to city council to deny ARC 25-00226, rezone 25-48 for the property located at 601 Swan, 611 Swan, 612 through 614 Bay, 611 and 613 Magnolia for the proposed rezoning to PD. From R01 to PD, for the reasons that stated by staff. It exceeds historical references in the historic district in height and width. Plans present building widths to extend the entire length of the block. Setback proposed established in the historic fabric were inconsistent and larger than those on the adjacent sites.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any discussion?
Are we allowed to abstain? Are we allowed to abstain?
Sure. All right, seeing no discussion.
Just, you have to vote unless you have a conflict.
All right, so we have a motion to deny. Seeing no discussion, all in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. 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 All against? Okay, so motion passes to deny the recommendation or to deny the recommendation.
Recommend that
4-2.
council deny
Yes.
that they
4-2.
proposed a rezoning.
Okay, so then would someone like to make a motion for this third, for the language in the third? And basically what you're doing is you're, in the event the city council approves,
Right.
we would like them to.
Move to recommend city council approve in connection with ARC 25-0000226, right? Oh, give me, they have the language written. Scratch that, start over. I make a motion that if city council determines that PD in Res 25-48-ARC 25-00000226 should be approved. A note be added to the PD to allow the ARC during its hearing on the certificate of appropriateness the ability to adjust the setbacks and the height of the structure up to 10% for each elevation to allow for design development consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion. Any discussion?
Quick question, or I guess discussion. Does the conditions that the applicant spoke about, that they, in terms of operating hours and the like, those are sort of baked in to the PD already?
Only
or?
if they're on the PD exhibit.
I would suggest perhaps if you're open to amending that that these notations would incorporate the commitments that the applicant made relative to operating hours, valet coverage.
Okay, Dana.
Sorry, I'm sorry to complicate. I think we're all trying to get to the same place.
Can we say that to allow the ARC during its hearing on the certificate of appropriateness, the ability to adjust the setbacks and the height of the structure to 10% for each elevation, and to ensure, and for the ARC to...
No, that's beyond the scope of the ARC's powers. What you are doing now is you're recommending council consider some other things to impose upon the applicant as a condition of approval.
I'll clarify, all the things that we spoke to are on that PD site plan.
Okay, perfect.
So they're
already there.
They're already in.
Okay.
Okay, so we
Thank
have
you.
a
Thank you.
motion. We have a second. Any other discussion? All right, seeing no discussion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous. Motion passes 6-0. Okay, guys, good luck. Thank you. Yep. Let's see. All right, I need a motion to...
Motion to receive and file the documents that were presented this evening.
Second.
All right, all in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. This hearing is adjourned. Guys, thank you very much.